everybody, please can you come forward and sit in the front seats and start taking your seats all over so we can start with not a very long delay, please. Thank you. No veo nada.
Spain assumed the rotating presidency of the Council of the European Union on the 1st July with a firm decision to improve the lives of citizens. A challenge which Spain wants to claim the Europe of the people, the one that attends to their needs, their demands, the one that offers opportunities and also answers to the challenges of citizenship. And it will do so by assuming four major priorities: reindustrialize the European Union and ensure its open strategic autonomy, advance in the ecological transition and environmental adaptation, promote greater social and economic justice, strengthening European unity. And it is precisely in these last two areas, promoting greater social and economic justice and strengthening European unity, in which the Ministry of Inclusion, Social Security and Migration adopts a fundamental and unifying role. True to its vocation of public service, from the Ministry of Inclusion, Social Security and Migration, we will work tirelessly throughout the semester to strengthen the European social shield, promoting inclusive growth. In terms of inclusion, we will continue to pay special attention to the impact of the return of public social investment policies, the development on an evidence-based inclusion policy, and support of recommendations on minimum income. aspects in which Spain has been at the forefront of the countries of the European Union, thanks to the approval in 2020 of the minimum vital income. With regard to social security, we will strengthen the objective of developing sufficient, sustainable and equitable social protection systems. We will not leave any group unattended, especially the self-employed, thanks to the impetus of the coordination of social security systems within the European Union. In this way, we will promote labour mobility and the integration of the European labour market. But in addition, we will work to further develop a migration model that offers adequate responses to the challenges facing Europe. We advocate a comprehensive approach to regular, orderly and safe migration that facilitates addressing economic, demographic and humanitarian challenges. And we will do so paying special attention to supporting and protecting people fleeing the war in Ukraine. In short, during the Spanish presidency of the Council of the European Union, the Ministry of Inclusion, Social Security and Migration will promote greater social and economic justice by helping to strengthen European unity. Ministerio de Inclusión, Seguridad Social y Migraciones, Gobierno de España.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Dear authorities and colleagues, we are very happy to have you here, second day, ready to continue the discussion on the topic of our conference. We yesterday discussed the importance, need, and challenges related to labor migration in particular. We discussed the impact of demographic changes, of the identification of shortages in different sectors, the need for tools that improve our matching procedures between demand and offer in the labor market. We dedicated some time to discuss the possibilities of the new tool launched by the EU Commission, the talent pool, and we also had the opportunity to hear the needs and challenges as they are perceived by the origin countries. Today, we are going to continue this conversation, and we will try to go more in depth in some of these topics, with a more clear focus on the proposals launched by the EU Commission and some of the innovative initiatives recently approved by some member states. In particular, we will also try to identify the challenges and possibilities for labor migration in sectors where we have identified structural shortages, such as the construction sectors or the long-term care. We will start today with the opening remarks from Michael Schotter, Director for Migration and Migration and Asylum from the Director General from Migration and Home Affairs of the European Commission. And after that, we will have the opening remarks from the General Director of Migration of the Ministry of Inclusion, Social Security and Migration of Spain, Santiago Yerga. So please, Michael, the floor is yours.
Welcome everybody to this second day, and I'd like to first of all start by thanking very much the EMN colleagues in the Ministry of Inclusion and Migration, in fact the whole ministry, because you have really organized here and hosted us well, and last night a very, very enjoyable moment where we could be together in the Prado. That's not something you get every day. So thank you very much, and I think I speak on behalf of everyone in thanking you for that. And also for organizing a very, very interesting program and putting it together. So as we just heard yesterday, set the bar very, very high with some really interesting panels, very, very good participation, and I think it was a very stimulating discussion. I unfortunately wasn't here for the first panel, but I only heard good things about it, about how how lively the discussion was, how philosophical it was in a sense. And then for me, for the second panel, what struck me about it was the fact that you have brought together the key players for us putting together these talent partnerships. And I thank you for that, for bringing here the talent partnership countries. I think it was very, very positive to have everyone on stage here and exchanging on that. It's a very complex subject, bringing together, and the interests need to be reconciled from all sides. But there's the political level, and there's also the technical work that we need to do on that. But it was really excellent that you were able to bring that discussion together. And then, of course, also for the humanitarian labour pathways, very important subject, also quite complex, but one where we really think it's worth investing from our side to build something very, very worthwhile. So an excellent first day, setting the bar very, very high, but I'm very, very sure that today's discussion at expert level, at the more technical level, will be equally stimulating. We have a very good program again. We have a first session, which is based on discussing the progress, achievements, and best practices on labour migration policies. And this gives us an opportunity to look into some of the developments when it comes to the EU legislative framework. So we have two pending proposals which are coming to sort of their culmination in the negotiations, and we wish the Spanish presidency very well in its work on that, and we're, of course, from the Commission side, always here to help in that work, but that's important work, so I'm sure that we'll go into that. And then tomorrow is a very significant day, because tomorrow is the day that the Blue Card Directive should be sort of switched on. So I hope everyone is well aware of that, but that's a very important piece of legislation, so maybe we touch on that as well. And then, of course, the brand new proposal on the talent pool. I think we could have an opportunity in this opening panel to go into that in a bit more detail. This is then complemented by sort of zooming into particular sectors, and we just heard about that. 3 sectors. The long-term care sector. This is very, very significant, I think, that we have a discussion on this, because it's an area where we need to focus. The number of citizens in need, EU citizens in need of long-term care, is expected to rise steadily over the coming years, from about 31 million in 2019 to 34 million in 2030, and then when we get to 2050, around 38 million. So a steady increase in the needs. But as we heard yesterday, this is at the moment where we have the sort of supply side in terms of who are the carers going to be from our domestic workforce. This is precisely the time where there are big questions about whether domestically we'll be able to meet that increasing need. In fact, it's quite clear that that's very unlikely. So we need to focus on attracting a sufficient number of workers into the long-term care sector. And here I would like to mention that the Commission is currently conducting a feasibility study to assess how to attract long-term care workers to the European Union, whilst ensuring fair recruitment practices and the protection of their rights. So that's a very important sector to discuss and to focus on. Likewise, the transport sector. Here we also have a shortfall. Already we have a shortfall, but we expect that shortfall, for example, in unfilled truck driver positions, to triple to over 60% by 2026. That's quite a significant figure, that. And likewise, to increase by more than 5-fold in terms of the shortage of bus and coach drivers. So there we have a sort of shortfall of about 50% by 2026. We saw during the pandemic what happens when you have delivery troubles in the logistics sector, so this is a very important sector to concentrate on. And then finally, the construction sector, so fundamental to the economic growth. And again, we have shortages here. As we surely discussed yesterday, and the Commission made very clear in the package of measures adopted earlier this week, our first objective, of course, is to upskill, reskill the domestic workforce. But frankly speaking, there will still be a shortfall, and that's where labour migration comes in. So with that, I'll I'll sort of leave it for these opening words, but I look forward to a very interesting, timely, and useful discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have next the Director General for Migration of the Spanish Secretary of State of Migration, Ministry of Inclusion. Thank you very much, Santiago. You can come to the stage.
Bien, buenos días.
Good morning to everyone. It's a great pleasure for me to be able to speak to you today, although it will only be a few minutes. Today, in this seminar, we're holding this conference of the EMR, where, as has been said already, we've been having the chance to be able to talk about issues which are essential for the future of the European Union, talking about migration and labor migration. So in this second day of our conference of the EMN, we're going to be talking about the regulatory framework of the labor migration and about the changes that have been carried out in member states of the Union, as well as to identify the best practices that might be able to be shared with other countries to continue towards a more coherent space of greater cohesion within the Union itself. Secondly, we're going to be giving the voice to different sectors of the labor market, that we're talking about the different needs that they need to cover the job vacancies that they've got in different sectors. And we'll be hearing about proposals as well to be able to deal with this situation and how to use people who have arrived in a way to the country which is legal and orderly and safe. And as I was saying before, at a moment in which we see that in many European countries, sectors of the population believe migration to be a threat, we believe that they're actually an opportunity, regular migration is an opportunity that will create wealth in Europe and perhaps could even contribute towards the survival of the continent, in which we could talk about certain reforms that were carried out by Spain around migration issues. In 2021, we carried out a reform of the legislation for young and minor foreigners who came to Spain without family members and were in some sort of legal limbo when they reached the majority of age, when they reached the age of adults. And these young people, these boys and girls, would end up becoming people within parentheses because they belong neither to their own country, nor could they integrate into Spain because they didn't have the proper legal documents that they required. Spain could not continue to live together with young people whose future was going in no positive direction at all. But I could say that we could see some good challenges, or some good results. We've seen more than 20,000 young people have been incorporated into the Spanish job market, of which 60 to 70% of them, approximately, are working and are paying their contributions to the social security system. In 2022, due to the existing bottlenecks in the Spanish labor market, a reform was carried out of the migration legislation and its relation to labor policy to try to deal with some gaps, some defects in the law that we'll be hearing about later on, but always trying to reach this source of organized, well-organized and safe and legal migration. Students, adapting ourselves to the reality of the Spanish labor market, qualified work, circular migration, all of those are the objectives of this reform that I'm speaking about now. This was our attempt to try to fill some of these gaps that exist throughout the different regions of Spain. But we know that these measures are not always sufficient to be able to fulfill the demands. Throughout the European Union, we have to think about well thought out and homogenized or regulations that we can all agree on, because for us talent is not something that you can only say about people with high qualifications and degrees, but rather in Europe we need talent in those three aspects: high qualification, medium qualification, also low qualification. People high skills, medium skills, and low skills, because in all of those areas you can find talent. There's one last issue I'd like to speak about that could be a bit controversial, but which I think needs to be talked about. Yesterday, and perhaps we'll hear it today as well, we have been hearing and might be hearing people talking about the arrival of migrants and the need to protect their rights once they are in European territory. We've heard and we will continue to hear about the need for people to come from third countries to take jobs that for one reason or another we are not able to find workers for here in Europe. However, I think that, or it needs to be more ambitious. I think we need to open up new debates, come up with new debates that we're not talking about yet. Of course, the respect of the rights of migrants in the labor sphere is something that is not under any debate. I think we can all agree about that. And yes, I think that we could be perhaps forgetting about the fact that we want to receive people, not tools. And so we need to take into account various aspects. To give you one example about the social and labor rights that have been acquired in the country of destination and that have been brought from the countries of origin must be taken into account. It's not enough to just say we want foreign workers, but we have to work to make sure that those workers, foreign workers who want to go back to their home countries, can take back with them the same rights that they've acquired in Europe, which would ensure greater welfare for them in the future. We can talk about multilateral and bilateral examples here in Spain. Multilateral, we have the Convention on Social Security with Latin American countries from 2007. This agreement agrees that portability of rights, and then there's also that a similar convention since 1982 with Morocco, and since 2020 we've been having a Social Security Convention in place with Senegal. It's not easy to do. In fact, it's a colossal amount of work to engage in, but these challenges must be faced if we want to reach as much protection for foreign workers as possible, and for those who want to return back to their own country as well, to make it truly possible for them to do so safely. And this is a challenge for the entire European Union, not just one member state. We're trying to make sure that the people are not just service providers, but rather to take into account the fundamental values of the European Union itself. So I'd just like to finish up by expressing my thanks, first of all, to the organizers of this conference, the EMN, with the sub-directorate, or the sub-directorate of the legal department was mostly in charge of that. I'd also like to thank the team of interpreters that are carrying out a great deal of work throughout these 2 days. Lastly, I would like to thank Externa as well, which is the name of the company that has collaborated with us, done so much work in organizing this conference, this 2-day conference. So that's all from me. Thank you very much, and I hope you have a wonderful day here today.
Thank you very much to both of you. Now we give pass to the first panel of the day, titled Progress, Achievements and Best Practices on Labor Migration Policies. Please take your seats, and the moderator will introduce you to the members of the panel.
Good morning to, I don't know if this now, good morning to everyone once again. I'm very glad to be here and to moderate these panels. I'm very well surrounded actually, so I think today it's going to be, at least for me, a more relaxed session. I hope that also for those experts that are together with us, they can enjoy also the session. With regard to the panelists, which I will introduce right now, I will try to make them feel comfortable, but I will stick to the time. So let me introduce our panelists then. On my left, Anita Vela, who is Head of Unit in the European Commission's Director General for Migration and Home Affairs, Unit C2, and she's responsible for legal pathways and integration. And we are working actually a lot on many issues. Welcome, Anita. Then, I think there I have Sonia. I will change the order. She's currently a member of the board of the Agency for Integration, Migration and Asylum in Portugal. Until July, she was the High Commissioner for Migration of Portugal, thus assuming also the role of President of the Commission for Equality and Against Racial Discrimination. Welcome as well. Then we have Jean-Christophe Dumont, sorry for my French, Head of the International Migration Division in the Director for Employment, Labor and Social Affairs of the OECD. Welcome as well. Then we have Martina Huber. She works as a project manager at the European Fundamental Rights Agency, and she has a lot of expertise both in irregular migration, but also in a specific field on legal migration, which is the Long-Term Residence Directive. Welcome as well. And last but not least, I have Ainara Dorremochea. She's the Spanish Head of Legal Affairs Unit from the Ministry of Inclusion, Social Security and Migration. And she's also my boss, and she's the person in charge of all the organization as well. So, welcome. With these words, I will make a short introduction. I'm not going to be long, I promise. So yesterday, when we were enjoying the wonderful Prado, a colleague and I were discussing about one thing we had both noticed, which is suddenly and quietly, legal migration has become a bit relevant, I would say. Something that it is gradually taking up more and more space in our work, with more and more innovative initiatives at both national and EU level. And this phenomenon is a bit striking, but I say it's also exciting for those of us who have been working in the world of migration for some years. So the fact that we are here, that we have a conference on this topic, that we heard yesterday the Commission announced its mobility and talent package, and we heard also the MEPs encouraging member states to move forward in the negotiations of directives, I think it's already very significant. So we can maybe ask ourselves why it is happening. Is this due to the need to equip our labor markets and industries with the right talent and skills? Is it due to the need to update our laws to favor international recruitment? Is it due to the need to design broader frameworks incorporating other elements such as integration? Let's see. We are here today, dear friends, to share with you, with the audience, our experiences, the latest initiatives, the latest projects, and what motivated their adoption. So I'll stop here. I will explain to you how are we going to organize the panel. We have prepared jointly some questions. I will make some questions to the panelists. Then, of course, as yesterday, we will give the floor to you. We hope that you are awake and that you react and that we have an interactive session. So I will start. My first question is for the European panelists of today's discussion. We wanted to hear from you, from a more technical aspect, what are the main initiatives that have been developed in the framework of the Skills and Talent Package, and what are the expected results? What do you expect from that, from a realistic and from a policy point of view? So if you want, Anita, you can start.
Yes, thank you, Blanca, and indeed, good morning, everyone from my side. Skills and Talent Package. It's been a few busy months, I would say, and it's not so long ago, actually, that we presented the Skills and Talent Package. So that was April of 2022. So 18 months have passed, and it's been a few busy months, as you know as well, from your side. And of course, we had the day before yesterday the follow-up, I would say, presentation of the talent pool. I'd like to mention, I have to say, three of these main initiatives from this package that we have really been rolling out in parallel and that are connected, and they are of course not new, but I'd like to delve a little bit more into what it will mean concretely and what to expect, if you like, in the next months. And in terms of results, so maybe we start for sure, you know, from the EU talent pool. We mentioned it, of course, in the pact already in 2020. We mentioned it in the skills and talent package, but it is now that we finally have a proposal for a legal basis to actually make this tool a reality. And quite a few things have been said yesterday. We are looking at having a proper matching tool for third country nationals to really find employers in the EU. But what I'd like to add, maybe in terms of more concreteness, is that, of course, it will be a matching tool, but it will also be, let's say, the entry point where third country nationals can actually also get the information and the clarity they might need on procedures related to recognition of qualifications in each of the EU member states. We hope that with this talent pool, you know, we also have a kind of upgrade, if you like, of the current immigration portal. We heard yesterday that, okay, we have the blue card, but is it really known out there? Michael rightly mentioned that it's going to be switched on tomorrow. The talent pool needs to also be the place where third country nationals actually understand how do they get a blue card in which member state. So really, and once we also have, of course, an agreed recast of the single permit directive, the talent pool would also, of course, become the place where third country nationals should understand what is a single permit, and once they are matched within the talent pool, what is the next step for them in terms of acquiring a single permit, acquiring a blue card, or another type of visa at the level of the member states. So really, I think, of course, we keep saying it's a matching tool for international recruitment, but it is more than that. So it's really an entry point for the EU, for third country nationals wanting to come to the EU and its 27 member states. And of course, for us, this will also be a tool that we govern and implement with the member states. So as you see from our legal base being proposed, we want to do this with the member states. It's a voluntary tool. We also want to make sure that for those member states that have such systems or talent pools already, these systems are interoperable with our talent pool. So it cannot be a system in a vacuum, right? It will have to be based on how member states are already dealing with labor market and matching at their level. And I move on to the talent partnerships, because there is a connection here. So in the skills and talent package, we really set out, let's say, our vision for these partnerships. We have now launched them and made good progress. Very happy that actually the minister from Bangladesh is with us here in the room and can also attest to that. We have really rallied quite some member states in this process, and we are now moving actually into the programming of funding support, actually, that can be dedicated to the concreteness of how we would then jointly train or upskill people in the partner countries, how we would then, you know, deal with the recognition of qualifications and diplomas with those member states that would then be interested in receiving those people. And how would we be actually governing, let's say, the labor mobility schemes towards each of the member states under this talent partnership framework. And specifically for Bangladesh and Pakistan, we are dedicating under the ENG Global Europe a specific action on, you know, developing the talent partnership for Bangladesh, developing the talent partnership for Pakistan, and equally for Morocco, Tunisia, and Egypt. We are looking at how we can bring more member states into the current funding mechanisms for North Africa, but also with the support of our migration partnership facility. And the connection with the talent pool, right? Because they are connected, and why shouldn't they? We really hope that, of course, down the line, when these talent partnerships develop and people are trained as part of these partnerships, they would obtain a pass called Talent Partnership Pass. You see this acknowledged in the proposal we have made. And with this pass, we would be able to actually identify in the talent pool system who are those third country nationals that have acquired this pass. And this would, of course, then allow the match with a relevant vacancy and employer to happen faster within the talent pool system. Because, of course, what we see now with the partnerships, it would be great to have this matching tool now, because then they can really be matched with where the vacancies are in the different employers in the member states. So we hope that in the coming years, with having developed the talent pool, having, in parallel developed and progress on the talent partnerships, we bring these together and make the talent partnerships operational for the persons that would be trained. Last but not least, the labor migration platform. This was really an innovation of the Skills and Talent package. We have launched it, and we have launched it with you, member states representatives that are here. We have actually held 3 meetings of the platform in the past year. It brings employment and migration authorities together. And the echoes and the feedback I have is that member states actually appreciate this platform, because it's also been a catalyst for different colleagues in the different ministries in the member states to also prepare and come together to the meetings of this platform. And we have discussed several things. We have discussed the labor shortages. We have, discussed the design of the talent pool in this platform. We have discussed at the last meeting seasonal workers and how we are implementing that directive. And we hope that this platform stays with us, actually, in the coming months, because it's the key foundation, I would say, of how we will govern this process of labor migration together with the EU member states. So I expect a lot, but I have to say we have done a lot, so thanks to all of you, because it's a shared competence, yeah? So without yourselves as member states, we would not be where we are.
Well, thank you for that, I think, very relevant introduction for what the Commission is looking at and what is expecting at. Thank you also for, I think it was relevant that you said that you work together with member states, that we are not 2 worlds apart. I think this is relevant when it comes to migration. We will have the opportunity to discuss then. And I was going to ask Martina Huber from the FRA, because there are some things when we, for example, draft legislative proposals when in our daily work, at the end we are doing this for people. And I think the dimension of the rights, it's very relevant, and sometimes it's not so, we tend to see it like as a given. And I think that's a very important point. And I think the FRA has made something in that regard, focusing in my favorite directive. So please, I would be very happy to explain the outcomes of your work and how we can, tell the audience that those outcomes are relevant for their policies.
Thank you very much. Thanks for that opportunity. Indeed, the Fundamental Rights Agency looked at the question, why do so few legally residing third country nationals have long-term residence? So for that purpose, we asked, we had interviews with migration authorities, with migration lawyers, trade unions, NGOs, and about 300 third country nationals holding long-term residence last year. And the outcomes are in this report, which I will not present, but I would like to try to respond to the questions, what results can we anticipate? And on long-term residence, I think there are 5 key fundamental rights benefits that also have positive labor migration spin-offs. First of all, long-term residence becomes more attainable for more people. because of the possibility to acquire the residence years in multiple member states, which in turn increases also intra-EU mobility and facilitates also, the reduction of vulnerability to labor exploitation, the possibility of being able to change employer under the single permit recast. So the attainability is better. Long-term residence will become also more attractive because it gives access to a wider range of social equal treatment rights, and this can help to attract migrants with the right skill sets. The third one is with more people having a stable perspective of stay and access to broader rights, this will increase also overall integration and in turn also better employability, provided that a number of obstacles that arise in practice to the equal treatment areas are addressed. And some of these obstacles are mentioned in the report. And have been mentioned in the panel, like the recognition of qualifications being a significant practical obstacles to equal treatment in the employment field. And also the initiatives will significantly increase the administrative transparency, both for the third country national as well as for local authorities, as they simplify and align the procedures associated to the different permits and rights. And in the course of our research, we saw really wide discrepancies between member state authorities, but also within member states, and a lack of clarity concerning the required documentary proof, for example, or differences in counting student and asylum application times. So many migrants in the end had to rely on specialized services, on specialized migration lawyers, and this administrative transparency that the recasts bring will make the access to long-term residence fairer in the end also. And the final fundamental rights benefit is that this is a safer way of bringing people to Europe for work, because the dependence on a specific employer is no longer given. We've seen that in our work on severe labor exploitation risks, that the possibility to change employers but maintain the permit helps to address such risks. All this said, so that they are long-term residences then more attainable and more attractive, more integrative and transparent, still requires recognition of the fact that many people struggle to meet certain requirements, and particularly the interpretation of the income requirement that differs also in the member states is still a barrier. And maybe just to follow up on the recognition of qualifications, in our research of the 71 third country nationals legal long-term residents holding a university degree obtained from abroad, of the 71, only 13 tried to have it recognized, and in the end only 7 managed to have it recognized, with significant difficulties concerning the duration and the fees and the required proof. But I'm happy to go into more concrete issues maybe in another question then.
No, I think you were very concrete. So I think you already mentioned the 5 points. So I think that's actually, for me, it was useful to see that, there's this work done by the FRA and has concrete conclusions. So then I was thinking of making the following question, but I will go to the third, if you allow me, because I think when it comes to labor migration, all of us, those who are working in our daily basis, trying to improve legal migration channels, we have encountered some challenges and we have performed several initiatives. So I'm going to refer to my colleagues from Spain and Portugal. So it would be very useful for the audience, I think, that you tell us what reforms are being implemented at national level, not only what, but also what they intend to address, and especially what actors have been involved, because I think it's also relevant to understand the whole process. So, and before sitting here, we just had a chat, And I was very, very surprised by what Portugal is doing, actually, so I think you will like it. And please, go ahead, both of you, to explaining what are you doing right now.
I go first. Thank you, and good morning, and thank you for the kind introduction. Buenos dias. I would like to highlight two important changes that have been implemented in Portugal. We are still in this process of reforming our immigration system. On the one hand, new legislation that has been adopted in terms of immigration, and the second one, the new institutional framework, which I think is what's more appealing in terms of the restructuring that is going on. And both of them are related to Portugal's commitment to the promotion of safe, regular and orderly migration, so the reforms go in that direction. Regarding the immigration law, the changes that were implemented last year, last year, first of all, we introduced the possibility to apply for a visa, to apply for work in Portugal. And this is a visa that is firstly granted for 120 days and can be extended for further 60 days. And it also includes the commitment of the applicant to register with the Public Employment Service in Portugal. The second important legislation change is the operationalization of the mobility regime within the Portuguese-speaking countries, what we call the CPLP community. It's also a strategic and political priority for the Portuguese government to promote this mobility within these countries that include, apart from Portugal, Cabo Verde, São Tomé e Príncipe, Angola, Mozambique, Brazil, East Timor, Guinea Equatorial are all part of this community. And we are also introducing a facilitated regime. It only entitles residents in Portugal, so it's not Schengen, but it's to facilitate labor migration within these countries. And also the implementation of bilateral labor agreements with India and Morocco. In terms of the changes in the institutional framework, there is an important change being implemented that separates the police dimension of migration management that now rests with the police force. Everything that is related to border management and security is now part of the police forces, and the agency, this new agency that I represent for integration, migration and asylum, takes on all the administrative procedures based on the understanding that integration starts from documentation, that we first have to make sure that migrants are regular in our country, that we invest in giving them access to documentation based on entitlement to stay, and we work on all other dimensions of integration from there. It also includes asylum. Documentation is a big challenge that we have ongoing, and that this agency is seeking to address. And a big component of digital transformation is going to be part of the way the agency works and deals with residence permits and documentation overall. This agency continues and builds on the approach that has been implemented in Portugal for years, which is to rely on a whole-of-government approach. Before, the integration side of migration was already under a transversal ministry, usually the Minister of the Presidency of the Council of Ministers. Now, the agency is under the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs, so it gives the agency the possibility to coordinate very well across the different areas of government. And this has been thought as the right approach to migration, because it really involves different areas of government. and also a strong coordination with the local level. We don't have the regional level as Spain does, for example, but we also build on a very close coordination mechanism with municipalities, and this is also going to be an important part of the work that the agency is implementing, establishing partnerships so that migrants can also access through local authorities the services of the agency, and we already have agreements in preparation towards that end, as well as a close coordination with civil society, and this also builds on the experience mostly of the High Commission for Migration, which has had a long-standing partnership with civil society organizations, and it relies on this approach, which is not only whole of government, but is really whole of society. And I would leave it here, and I can go into more detail further on. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. I think that was, for me, actually, it's a good practice. I mean, at least it's a practice, which is already something. When it comes to the administration, I think it demonstrates that you somehow are trying to adapt to the new dimension of migration, to have a comprehensive approach, not only in papers, but in reality. I think that's, for me, it's inspiring. Let's see then how it works, but then there will be a question on that. And I will ask now Ainara, because, well, we have talked a lot between us, working together, and we were thinking what could we present today. And I think I'm going to give her the floor because she's the expert. And please, the floor is yours.
Okay. Gracias, Blanca.
Thank you, Blanca.
Like the Director General said before, we made different reforms the last 2 years. In Spain, we have two regimes from migration. One is the general regimes that include different categories like students, low and medium qualification, workers, reintegration aspect, family reunification, and we have another one that is more specialized, that is the objective is to attract and retain high qualified professionals, and in that one includes investors, startups, intra-corporate transferees, researchers, and high qualified professionals. Like I said at the beginning, both of them have been reformed. And why we reform both of them? Because we said these 2 days, we need adapt to the shortage in the labor market, and we need also to adapt to the demographic challenges that we are seeing. No? Like another member state, Spain is getting older, and we have to do different policies, and one of that one can be the immigration. What we did in the first one, in the general regime, I'm not going to go in all the details, but I would like to say some of them. One is we try to change the way that we calculate the labor market test to adapt for the to the reality and the needs of the labor market. We also increase the validity of the resident permit, because we are used to do like first 1 year, then 2 years, then 2 years. So this is something that if you try to give for a longer, the resident permit is longer, it's easy for people to integrate, and also is less bureaucratic for the person and for the company. Another change, and important that one, is the circular migration. In that case, as you know, because I think yesterday it was already commented, we have a big circular migration with Morocco, not only with Morocco, we are working with other countries, and the idea is to change the work permit that we used to give them, that it was only for 1 year, to one work permit for 4 years. Why? Okay, because most of them, they are coming every year. So why people who is coming every year, we are going to give them every year one work permit? This is quite annoying. Also because we have to go in line with the labor migration that it changed the last year. So what we are doing is to give them a work permit for 4 years, and they are coming for a short time in every year, like depends, 6 months, 4 months, they come back to their countries, and the next year they are coming back. So we are implementing this now. I think it's going, it's difficult, but we are doing. So we'll see the next year how is the evaluation, and I hope very well. So another thing that we are doing, like I said at the beginning, is in this specialized regime. Like Michael said at the beginning, tomorrow is going to finish the time that we have for the transposition of the blue card. So we already did it, and we included in this specialist migration law that we have for specialist categories. Why do we include that in that law? Because before we have in the regional regime. So we have like two regimes, one for the national scheme for high qualified professional and another for the blue card. And we see and we realize that it doesn't work. So we decided to put together in the same law this specialist law that is economical law, and the idea is not to compete between both regimes. No, we want to complement one with the other one. So the procedures are the same, the information that we are giving is the same, and the benefits are the same. Both can work for the first moment. The family reunification is doing at the same moment. So this law taking force at in July, in May, and we are, implementing now. So yeah, we'll see also in the future how it's working. And also in this law, we have to include another new category that other countries are doing, and it's the digital nomads. With the COVID situation, we realized that more people come to Spain to work remotely. So we decided to include this new category here, but it's for two kind of people. That one that they work for themselves for different countries, and people who they are still working for a company, but they want to do it from Spain. So this category is also included in this economic law, and it's starting into force in January of this year. What we tried when we were doing these changes is to work with different authorities. Not only because normally you work only with the Ministry of Interior, in our case, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, with the Ministry of Employment. But we need, from the beginning, to include another authorities, the Social Security, also the Economic Ministry, maybe the Ministry of Education. So something that I think is important to try to work with all of them from the beginning, and also the private sector. If we don't know what is the problems, we cannot solve them. So it's important to listen then in the different ways. So I want to stop here because I think I'm missing with the second question.
No, I think, thanks a lot. I think she actually reflected very well the process, how we are trying to do it from a legal perspective, to count on all the actors, which is sometimes not easy, but I think it's the way it should be. So I was thinking, actually, it's more difficult to be moderator than to be there, because I have a lot of ideas and I'm looking at the clock. So yesterday the Commission referred to the package on talent, on mobility. We are in the European Years of Skills. We also talked about the design of partnerships based on the identification of common needs and mutual beneficial. And we are already witnessing the green and digital transition and the impact they have unavoidably in our workplaces, but also in our societies. So due to these transitions, new profiles will arise and new skills probably will be required. So I was wondering, Jean-Christophe, how can national authorities adapt to these changing needs? What actions could be developed in order to design ordered migration pathways considering these two transitions? And also, in your experience, if we are, like, an external observer, if we are actually doing it well?
Well, thank you. Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for the kind invitation, for the great reception yesterday. I think this is a key question, and all countries are struggling with it, to be honest. I would like just in the 5 minutes to emphasize 3 key paradigm shifts that countries are struggling with at this very moment. The first one is that in front of the rapid changes in the labor market and changing needs, we always think about reform or big policy changes, but actually it's very important to realize that innovation might be also parametric changes sometimes, and that requires more investment in evaluation, policy evaluation. In Europe, many countries are going through their own fitness check, in a way, on labor migration. And we've seen a number of countries making significant policy change recently. I mean, the first that comes to mind is Germany with a new labor law. But also we heard about Spain, so many very important changes. There are countries like France who have made major changes which were not of legal type and still are very important. We've heard recently about Italy, reform of a quota system, yes, and some bilateral agreements, but also in Sweden and in many Central Eastern European countries as well, Czech Republic, Croatia, etc. So this process is ongoing, but it's not entirely grounded in a regular policy cycle, in a sense that this culture of policy evaluation still needs to be reinforced. I mean, typically, you know, the tools that we use to manage migration in Europe are labor market tests, shortage occupation list, wage thresholds, numerical limits in some cases, trusted employer schemes, etc. These instruments need to be checked on a regular basis to see whether they are still aligned with the evolution of the needs. And typically, when it comes to shortage occupation list, you know, most of these lists are based on pre-COVID data, or they don't necessarily take into account the new jobs that are, the new type of jobs that are emerging because of this transformative change. So I think evaluation is my first paradigm shift. Second one is that we need to change from labor needs to skills needs. And I'm not, as the Director General mentioned, making here a distinction between lower skilled versus high skilled, but I am more thinking about understanding the continuity of skills need by employers. And we'll discuss the care sector later, but this is very typical. Often we see, you know, workers in long-term care as low-skilled workers. Actually, I don't think this is correct. They need language skills, they need health safety skills, they need a lot of soft skills. It's very difficult to be a carer. So it's not about necessarily low skill, it's about understanding what are the very detailed skills needs. And when you take high-skilled professional like IT programmer, you know, your best recruitment might be from Harvard University. It might also be the person in the garage next door who is developing some new innovative tools. And so it's very important to take into account, obviously, professional experience, and I think some countries are doing that, Spain and many others. But it might not be enough because people will change job across their career. Yeah. And so we need to understand how enterprises are recruiting. There is a study by Burning Glass that is a big platform with recruitment offers that has assessed that 90.5% of all their ads actually don't state a degree requirement. There is no mention about any degree for 90% of their job ads. So they're looking for something else. And now what we see is obviously recruitment is done more and more through artificial intelligence and based on soft skills assessment. So how can our migration system adapt to that? I think the talent partnership and the talent pool is going exactly in this right direction, focusing on skills. But I want here to emphasize both the huge potential of these tools, but also the risk, to be honest. I think there is a risk that these tools remain a kind of a pilot stage. I mean, there is a risk that the talent pool does not attract as many employers to propose some job offers, so that there is a deception about the whole impact of that. And the solution to that risk, I believe, is what we heard yesterday many, many times. It's about engaging with employers, engaging with employers. It was in everybody's mouth yesterday. But I am a bit concerned that might be a little bit wishful thinking, because, and I want here to quote the Moroccan ministers, that basically said we need to understand the business model of employers so that what would make them take part of this. So it's not about just calling on employers and say, come, 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 do your part of a job. It's about us understanding what are the obstacles. And I think one of the obstacles, to be honest, is that we need to rebuild trust with employers on our migration system. It's as important, I believe, as promoting a fact-based public discourse on migration. We need to work with employers, we need to understand their needs so that we can adapt these systems and that they engage in practice with it. We're trying to do that at a small scale at the OECD with the International Organization of Employers and the GFMD business mechanism. We launched a survey of employers to try to understand their needs and what would make them invest in skills partnership. I think we'll be happy to share the result of that, but I think this is a key issue. And the third and last paradigm shift I think is necessary is to look at migration not obviously as a problem to solve, but not as a migration standing alone, but as an economic strategy. I think it's very clear in Canada now, they're not necessarily talking about migration policy anymore. They're talking about migration being a part of the economic strategy of the economic policy. And I was very interesting to hear from Spain that actually your policy changes took place in the economic law and not as a migration policy law. But I think this is very important. So that has two basically implications very briefly. One is that it's not only about attracting talented, whatever that means, people in our countries, it's also about retaining them. It's about the long-term economic impact of migration on our societies. It's not only about solving immediate shortage labor needs. And in this regard, that's probably why the long-term residence directive is so important in this discussion. Non-EU OECD countries are making very rapid changes. Like Australia, next week on the 25th of November, will ease the transition from temporary to permanent without linking it to the shortage occupation list anymore. In the US, they changed condition for OPT for STEAM work, like you can, after study, stay 2 years to look for a job. In Canada, they've made some very important policy changes during COVID to enable people to stay, and these are remaining. In Korea, they are also making some important changes to enable those who came through the EPS system under temporary labor migration to remain. And this articulation between short-term needs and long-term needs is becoming even more important. So it's not about only the condition for entry, it's about the condition to stay. And the second thing is that some countries, and I will end here, are also thinking a little bit out of the box. And I want to take here the example of New Zealand. New Zealand, you may not know, but was the country, often the innovation on migration come from New Zealand. If you talk about the EU talent pool, it's obviously inspired from the Canadian express entry system, which was a variation from the Australian talent pool, which was actually initiated by New Zealand. And New Zealand in the recent years has developed a new type of migration schemes, which is called sector-based agreement. This is a negotiation between the states, the employers, the industry, either employers, individual employers or industries, where, and obviously trade unions, about specific conditions for the industry to bring people to respond to their needs. These needs might be for several jobs, so it's not necessarily occupation specific, and these agreements obviously include some constraints on the industry to increase training, for example, or to increase retention of domestic workers. Currently, New Zealand has agreement for the care sector, for food processing industry, transport and construction, all sectors that were mentioned by Michael Schroeder in his introductory remark. I think this is a key approach if we want to use migration as part of our industrial policy. And I know this is a big word now, we are kind of allowed to use it. But in the context of a green transition, in the context of a reshoring of some key strategic activities on semiconductor, on some pharmaceutics, or on battery, we need an industry approach, not only a job or occupational approach. And I think these sector-based agreements that New Zealand is developing might be an interesting tool for the EU and for EU countries going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I mean, I was taking notes of all your interesting presentation and intervention. Actually, one of the questions we had, I think it was already a bit, replied by you, because we were going to discuss, when it comes to labor migration, we kind of have this debate, or there's always this debate between should we continue focusing on following a sectoral approach on the level of qualifications. So I wanted to hear from, also from the EU, because I know that the previous years there was an attempt to have a migration law, but now it seems that we are in another trend. So I would like to, maybe Anita, and maybe of course the others can complement, whether you think this is already what we are doing, what we are going to do, or you have another view. Go ahead.
Yeah, indeed. Yes, the sectoral approach to labor migration, I mean, very often, yes, I think there are two different things, right? A bit like Jean-Christophe mentioned, looking into specific sectors. I would say that the legal framework we have now, yes, which is these 7 directives at European level, they are not necessarily sectors, it's more categories of workers, and not just workers, actually, because we have students and researchers, etc. So I think we have quite a lot there, and it's not sector-driven, it's rather category-driven. We made a choice, actually, with the skills and talent package, based, of course, on the fitness check and a lot of analysis to really look at the 2 main directives, let's say, which provide the basis, if you like, of the legal labor migration framework at EU level, and improve those to start with. And we have been talking about them. Yeah, these are the single permit and the long-term residence directive. So really, if we manage to really improve both the single permit process, but also agree, if you like, across the co-legislators on the innovative right to change employer that we have put in there, if we manage to make the long-term residence status more attractive for third country nationals, if we manage to, I really hope, maintain the idea of accumulating different permits, held in other EU member states to actually acquire the long-term residence status after 5 years. These are really fundamental, I would say, innovations. And as we know, Blanca, I think already, getting these 2 recasts off the line is complex. I think we have to be honest with each other. So this is for us at this point in time really the objective. And if we manage, to really recast and have the right innovation in these 2 pieces of legislation, that is already a very, very important achievement. What is also important, and I wanted to come as well to it maybe towards the end, is that we make sure that the legislation, of course, that we have at EU level, which member states are transposing and implementing, that this is actually enforced, of course, in reality on the ground. And I think there is a lot there. We have discussed, the seasonal workers directive. There are, challenges. It's important to focus as well on our energy on understanding how each of the member states' reforms are really impacting then these categories of workers in real life. So I wouldn't, go to say that we need a new directive on a new sector. I think we are not there yet. I think it's important to see how our current legislative framework can be implemented more homogeneously, I would say, across the different member states. And as we also see in the discussions on the long-term residence directive, this is important because if we are accumulating and taking into account, permits in different member states to acquire the long-term residence status after 5 years, it is important that we understand how the different reforms of the different member states what impact are they having on the lives and the integration, if you like, of the third country national that acquires these permits. So really, I think we have a lot there at the moment. We have as well, of course, the talent pool framework now to take through. And coming back to the sector dimension, the talent pool as well has a sectoral angle to it, right? I mean, there is an annex with a list of 42 EU-wide shortage occupations in specific sectors. So for us, really this tool should be helping these sectors of the economy to really find the skills and the workers that they need. So there's a sectoral approach there. And as Michael also mentioned, and it might come back this afternoon, as part of the skills and talent package, we also started zooming in a little bit on the long-term care sector. And we plan to finish this feasibility study by the end of the year, and we will take those results and really hope to discuss them at the Labour Migration Platform early next year to see a little bit, what is the status of these workers in the different member states? What are the rights they are given? What kind of employment contract? How can we discuss this across the member states? It does not mean that we need a new piece of legislation at European level. No, I think that we need to look at what are the challenges operationally in the different member states and see how we can improve the situation of such long-term workers on the ground in the different member states. So this is what we plan.
Thank you very much. I was thinking while I was listening to you that maybe it's true that sometimes we just focus, maybe it's a obsession. Maybe we focus very much on the legislation, on the need for new legislation, which is very difficult, not only at EU level, but also at national level. It's not really an easy process. It takes a lot of time. So I was thinking that maybe we should also have a look at the operational side of the, how to build labor migration policies. And coming to that operational side, I will put together two of the questions we had, because I want to leave them space for asking you. So one question, it was already a bit touched, but how can we promote actually synergies between different areas when it comes to migration? So what kind of tools do we need to promote these synergies? Because I guess it's not also only because of we need to discuss with, let's say, other ministries. Maybe we need new tools. Maybe we need to adapt our current tools, our current structure. So more and more we see that migration is not only referring to one areas, but it has a lot of linkages. Also, when I saw the proposal from the talent pool, I said, oh my God, who is going to be on the lead to that? Because it's really, it touches on employment, it touches on education, it touches on migration. So at the end, you need to have a whole picture. And I was wondering, one question for you both is how can we promote these synergies at national level? And the other question is for Martina. I'm going to put it together because I don't want to end this panel without mentioning again one important thing that is everywhere, but it's a bit like, floating in the air. And then it's really relevant for our society, which is integration. Somehow everyone speaks about integration, how integration is relevant, but at the end, what can we really do for promoting integration for those who are already residing and working in our society, sometimes even for a lot of years? I mean, the COVID showed us that these people contribute to our societies, and I think we work in the Ministry of Inclusion as well, so it's important to have this other dimension. So I leave it there, and maybe you can organize, so one and then the other, because I don't want to leave the audience without intervention.
Okay, I'll start. I'll start just by mentioning from the experience of Portugal, because we have been placed under ministries that are transversal. We've always managed to be able to draw on the cooperation of different areas of government. So hardly anything is done that does not involve the different ministries. And that is because we are placed in a transversal ministry, and whenever we have to initiate a discussion, even if it's to deal with the response to an emergency situation that affects migrants, or either if it's something a bit more structural, like promoting learning the Portuguese language, we always set up intergovernmental, interministerial groups to deal with whatever is at stake. The strategic plans that Portugal has been implemented in the field of migration have also been built with the cooperation of different ministries, and each ministry, like in most plans, strategic plans, have the measures that they have to implement in their, on their own, which in migration is difficult, or in collaboration with other ministries. So from our experience, is important that at least there is some sort of coordination mechanism that draws in the different areas of government to work together according to their own sectorial perspective and incorporates migration into their own sectors. To have that perspective that migration affects us all and not only the specific area that deals with migration. And I think this needs to really be made clear. Migration is transversal, affects all areas of government and all areas of our intervention. But of course, there is a specific role that those that are in charge of migration have to play to make sure that this is taken on board. And I would also like to add a little reflection on what was mentioned about the importance of looking at sectors of the economy and how we need to respond to those needs and to consider also the regional development needs. It's not only about economic sectors, but it's also about particular regions that have specific needs, and migration has a role to play in that as well. And this is part of the work that we have been doing as well, looking at sectors and regions together. So again, not to try and segment the approach that we have on migration, because really it has to look at different dimensions. And certainly from an economic point of view, it's not only economic sectors, it's also regions and regional development. And I think it's important to keep this in our framework. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. I am going to ask you to be very brief.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to be very brief. I totally agree with my colleague from Portugal. We need to work together, not in silos. We need to work from the beginning. I mean, in the legal perspective, maybe to work in these groups that you coordinate with another ministries. But when you have already this law, we need to work together in implementation. So sometimes implementation is even more important than the way that you make the law, because maybe you want to do something and the other ministry didn't understand, or the other authority. So you need to work good together to solve the problems when they appear. And this is something important. About the regions, I agree that sometimes we have to look also the region, but the different regions, they have different needs. And the sector, sometimes we can put all the sectors together and to have something more horizontal, and sometimes we need, because some sector have some particular characteristics, we need to work in that one. And we have some examples that I'm not going to go because there is no some time. Like in the audiovisual sector, we did a special procedure 2 years ago because they need a special procedure to work on that because it's different, no, from the agriculture and other. They need to bring people sometimes in less than 24 hours. So we have to make a special procedure for them, and this is working very well. So I want to stop here because of the time. I'm going to give the floor to...
Fine. However, there's a complete agreement also that on integration, I wouldn't see the need for new tools, but for implementing the existing ones. And the long-term residence directive, for example, it's a key instrument also for far-reaching integration. Why? Because it's a permanent status subject to 5-year renewals, and secondly, it gives this access to a wide range of social rights and employment, education, social assistance fields, and access to goods and services. So it's more implementing, I think, what is there and learning also from experiences with other legal pathway schemes like temporary protection, and the FRA has also looked at difficulties arising at the local level, since you also mentioned the role of local actors, and difficulties in giving access to rights that are granted under temporary protection. But one complete cross-cutting obstacle was indeed the temporariness of the status impeding access to rights that are essentially required for integration as well. That on a long term, the scope of rights provided cannot be delivered in this short time frame in terms of an employer or a landlord not going to rent out housing which is granted under temporary protection, but on a one-year permit subject to insecure renewal. That's difficult. There's a publication coming out on these difficulties next month, and maybe I just want to flag three issues, three very concrete issues on the recognition system of qualifications, that also completely agreeing with the OECD take that it has to extend also somehow to recognition of practical skills and how to factor this in. But there are also, from our temporary protection research, we saw that it's possible to change mechanisms. I remember an example from Berlin, for example, where the recognition procedure was significantly shortened. There were no fees applied. The bureaucracy was simplified, and that led to employing 79 Ukrainian teachers within 6 months. The situation is different, but the recognition mechanisms are the same, so it's possible to adjust them and to facilitate. A second point would be the provision of information. And okay, 2 sentences, then I'm done. Because it was quite shocking for long-term residents to find out that many people who would qualify for this beautiful status, they found out that they would qualify during the interview of the research, and they were not provided that information in their contact when applying for different permits. So it is a striking example. Yes, I will stop here.
Thanks a lot. I don't know if Jean-Christophe wanted to add.
Can I just 1 minute, 30 seconds?
One.
No, but I just want to come back to this question of the evaluation, because I think, you talk about integration. This is certainly a policy area where there is a culture of evaluation. There's a lot of evaluation going on the efficiency of integration measures, and we're doing a lot of work at the OECD on this aspect. But on the migration, labor migration policy, this is not fully encompasses in the policy cycle, and I think this is an issue. This is an issue for the accountability vis-à-vis the public in general. We need to show what are the impact of our policies in terms of labor market, and it's certainly very important. It's important to make this investment to adjust the policies in the changing condition, but also to in preparation of reform or to look at the impact of reform. But if I can just make one additional point on skills mobility partnership. Typically, if you want to convince the employers that they need to engage in these programs, you need to show them the benefits not for the destination country, but for them. What is in it for them in terms of cutting costs or in terms of getting easier access to the candidate they need. So there's a lot to be done here. A critical element that's often limit our capacity to evaluate policy properly is the lack of data. And I want here to take the example of Spain, because Spain has invested a lot in terms of the data management system, and that's a unique experience, I think, in Europe, and I think that needs to be That's the initial step for the evaluation. It's not easy always, I understand, to convince policymakers that they need to invest in data, but this is really critical. And also, not only that, they need to invest in data, they need to allow for the evaluation, but they need to factor in this feedback loop in their policy decisions so that they can base their decision on evaluation. So I think this is really critical if we want to have better labor migration policy for future needs.
Thank you very much. I think we made it, but I think now it's time for people who are looking forward a coffee, I guess. So sorry to you because we exceeded a bit the time. But if anyone can intervene or wants to, oh, I cannot see you, to address a question, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Andrew Monroe from the Department of Justice in Dublin. Thank you to the panel for a very interesting discussion, but a very focused question to Sonia about the visa to allow people to come to Portugal to seek employment. Could you tell us a little bit more about the conditionality that applies to that? And I didn't quite hear when you have introduced it, but have you been able to evaluate its impact yet? Have you any sense of its impact so far? Thank you.
Yes.
Shall I answer straight away? It's very concrete and I can explain it's very recent, so we have not evaluated it yet. They have to show subsistence conditions and willingness to register at the Public Employment Service to be able to access the visa. We know that there has been high demand, but we are in the process of monitoring, and this is something we would like to continue, and I take Jean-Christophe's point that it's really important that as we implement these measures for further 60 days, but it's still early stages to be able to show results.
Thank you. Anyone else who wants to? There.
Hi, Irene Lorenzo with the Refugee Hub. Thank you so much for the fascinating discussion. My question is about how we can make labor migration frameworks, both at the EU and the national level, more accessible for refugees and for other people in need of international protection who want to come to Europe and to contribute to the EU member states as workers, to contribute their talent. Because we talked yesterday about complementary labor pathways for refugees, also in a fascinating panel. But of course, if we want these pathways to be more than pilot projects and we want them to work at scale, we need to use what exists. We need to use existing labor migration frameworks and make them more accessible. Like, for example, the single permit or the EU blue card. So, curious to hear about good practices in that regard or plans to make these frameworks more accessible. Thanks.
Thank you. Very interesting question, actually. Who wants to?
Shall I?
Yeah, sure.
No, very happy, actually, that we have this question, because, I mean, for us, it's very important, and it's an important part of the puzzle. We have actually had a dedicated recommendation since 2020 on complementary pathways, and we see that precisely, I think that the complementary labor pathway for refugees is important, and there is quite some potential there. The talent pool itself will, of course, be open, to all third-country nationals, including, potential refugees that are displaced and that are, in need of protection and want to come to Europe with their skills. I mean, this is quite important for us. It's also, mentioned in the initial part of this piece of legislation that we have proposed. And I wouldn't underestimate so much the pilots, I would say, because we see, I mean, with the AMIF, actually, we have managed to support pilots in that direction. And I think precisely there is one in which Belgium actually have been trying to pilot whether the single permit scheme, in Belgium could work for such labor pathways. So in a way, by doing these pilots, I think we are able to test and then possibly inspire, let's say, other member states of which type of visa or permit they could foresee. There is also, quite some global discussions on this topic. We are also part of one task force together, with Canada, the US, etc. The approach there often is actually permanent residence status being given to these persons that are coming, of course, in order to make this a durable solution, let's say, even though they come with skills and the job. But that is the practice, let's say, in outside of the EU member states. Maybe, there is scope for one day within the EU member states getting inspiration from that, but I think we are not there yet, and there is the single permit. So that could be, one way of dealing with such complementary pathways. But this is to tell you that it is important for us, and we hope that the talent pool also brings people in need of protection that have the right skills into the system and is able to match them with employers, just like all other skilled third country nationals. Yeah.
Thank you. Well, I think we were supposed to have a conclusion. I don't think that we have time for that, but I think we have, at least I have a conclusion that we have a lot of work to do.
Yes.
So I want to thank you very much, all the panelists, for their intervention, for their active participation in preparing the panel. Thanks for every single hint that you have proposed to me. And thank you for the audience as well, and apologize for being a bit late. So now I think it's time for coffee, and I hope to see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Blanca.
Sí. Only 20 minutes for the coffee break, so we recover some of the delay on the schedule, and you can go free after lunch. Okay, please take your seat, and we are going to start with the second panel from today, a wider sector vision, long-term care, transport and construction sectors, and then we will have the moderator, Christophe van Helmerich, Policy Officer from the European Migration Network in Belgium. So please, go ahead.
Thank you for the introduction, and thank you for actually pronouncing my name correctly. Welcome to you all for this very interesting last session of this two-day conference. Thank you also to my Spanish colleagues who invited me to moderate this debate. They also told me it was a bit symbolic because the presidency is closing and the next presidency is Belgium. And we are very much looking forward to take over the role for the presidency. So, what did we discuss until now? We have heard about innovative new ways to attract and retain talent, such as the talent partnerships, the Tindery talent pool. We also touched upon the need to promote existing legal pathways, and, but to reduce administrative burdens, expedite processes, include vulnerable migrants, and promote ethical recruitment to avoid social exploitation. Most importantly, we have heard about all the wins this can create. The win for EU member states, for partner countries, for employees, for employers, and so on. In this panel, we will zoom in on how labor migration can provide a win for 3 specific sectors that are and will be in high demand of workers. So, what will we specifically discuss in this panel? We will analyze the situation in 3 sectors, so construction, transport, and long-term care. So what is their labor market situation? What are some of the best practices that they can share for recruitment? What is their future outlook? And how can labor mobility provide a solution for their labor shortages? So before I introduce the panelists, I also briefly want to introduce the sectors that are present here today. So we have representatives of the transport sector, and in 2023, the IRU estimated that Europe has 105,000 unfilled bus and coach driver positions, which is 10% of the total workforce in that sector. So driver shortages are even forecasted to more than double in 5 years, reaching 275,000. Second present here today is the construction sector. This industry employs 13 million people in the EU, which accounts for roughly 30% of total industrial employment. The construction industry is and will be, for the foreseeable future, highly dependent on a skilled and unskilled workforce. Then finally, we have the long-term care sector present here today, which is a bit harder to introduce, but I used a definition by the European Parliament. So long-term care includes a broad range of personal, social, and medical services and support, which ensures that people with or at risk of a significant loss of capacity can maintain a level of functional ability consistent with their basic rights and human dignity. In a 2021 report, the European Commission estimated that the number of people potentially in need of long-term care could rise from 31 million in 2019 to 38 million in 2050, so big increase. So I'm very happy to be joined here today with some excellent speakers who represent these sectors. On my left, there is Florian Miko. He's project manager, certifications and standard from the International Road Transport Union. The International Road Transport Union, or IRU, is the world's road transport organization. It brings together operators, association, industry suppliers, and stakeholders in more than 100 countries to shape global mobility. On his left, there is Ignacio Pérez Caraza, General Director for Institutional Affairs at ALSA, which is the leader in the road passenger transport sector in Spain, operating mainly in Spain and Morocco, but also in Portugal, France, Switzerland. On his left, we have Massimiliano Musmeci, General Director for the Italian Construction Sector Association ANCE, the National Association for Italian Construction Companies. Then we have Marina del Corral Telles, who is currently General Director of SEAPS, a Spanish organization of service providers for elderly people and persons with disabilities. From 2012 to 2018, she held the position of Secretary General of Immigration and Emigration in Spain. Then finally, Aude Boisseuil is General Delegate of the European Federation for Family Employment and Home Care, EFE, who represents the interests of national stakeholders and social partner organizations operating in the field of domestic and home care at the European level. So, welcome. So the idea here of the panel is I'm going to ask a first round of questions, which is basically to hear their opinion, introduce the sectors, but then it's up to you, preferably, to ask questions to them, to have a bit of an interactive Q&A with the panelists. So first question is for Florian Micco. So how will the labor force in the transport industry evolve over the next few years? And what are the main challenges you are currently encountering to attract foreign talent? At the same time, do you see any opportunities in the near future to help fill vacancies in your sector?
Thank you. Oh, thank you very much, Victor. Can you hold on? Okay. So as you said, I'm working with the IU, which is the World Transport Organization. And when we talk about road transport, perhaps the first thing I would like to say is that it involves both the good transport and the passenger transports. And this year we celebrate our 75th anniversary. So we're quite an old organization, but migration is not as well a new topic for us. Perhaps just to give a background of the sector and what we're going through right now. Victor mentioned some figures. Actually, yes, we are facing a massive shortage of qualified and motivated professional drivers, both passenger transport and good transport. So I'm very much looking forward as well to hear Ignacio give his perspective on from a corporate perspective. But what we can see, and I can give you figures, but the first thing to note is that driver shortage is not only a European phenomenon, it's a global phenomenon. Globally, we estimate this year that it's 2.5 million truck drivers that are missing worldwide. And these figures are quite reliable because among our membership, we have, Victor said, we have more than 100 countries represented, and we work with national members. So we get this feedback from the ground. So these are quite impressive figures for Europe. As Victor said, yes, it's more than 200,000 truck drivers that are missing. And basically the sector, as we sit in Europe, is facing a sort of perfect storm because we already have a number of drivers that are missing. And the current population of drivers is unfortunately aging, which means that a lot of the current driver population will, in the coming 5 to 10 years, go into a well-deserved retirement. So the sector really needs to have these drivers. And another thing that I want to mention is that often it seems that driving a truck, driving a bus is easy. You just need to enter the bus, enter the truck, sit behind the wheel and drive. It's actually a very complex job. It requires specific skills that you can get through the training, but also you can get through experience. So this is very important to note because we often see the profession in sometimes a negative way, but it's actually very skilled labor. And another thing that we also get out of our members is that we know that drivers in Europe, they are proud to do what they are doing. So they have a sense of pride and they like what they're doing. Often we are trying to understand why we have this driver shortage. So there's many reasons. We often mention the bad working conditions, perhaps not bad, but complex working conditions. It's true that drivers are exposed to stressful situations, traffic conditions. They have as well a lot of pressure to deliver the goods. And when it comes to the coach and drivers, for instance, they have a lot of responsibility when you think about it. When they drive a coach, when they drive a bus, there is 30 people inside, 50, 60. So they need to be focused. And currently the regulations are very stringent, which is good. But we need to find these drivers. And another thing that I would like to mention is that road transport is actually an essential driver of economic growth. Outside of Europe, most of the economies in Africa, they depend on trucks, they depend on these services. And in Europe as well, when this time we think about the passenger transports, with our long-term goals of decarbonizing the sector, passenger transport will play an increasing role, which is why in the future we forecast that the demand will continue to increase. So now we are trying to understand the whys, but we're also trying to bring forward solutions. And we could think about, for instance, enhancing the attractiveness of the profession. And actually, it's not about lying, it's just about also conveying the right image of the sector, showing that the drivers, they are proud to do what they are doing, that they are skilled, and that it's actually a profession that the salaries are actually not that bad. A lot of things, a lot of cliches need to be rethought. The second thing that we could think about is, for instance, lowering the age of getting the license, driving license to drive trucks and buses. Right now, in most of the countries in Europe, it's 21 years of age. We can think about perhaps lowering this to 18 years of age. We can also think about enhancing the conditions for the drivers. We all have taken the highways. You go to the stops on the highways, often you can see the amenities are not great. So these are the kind of things that we are thinking to enhance the conditions for the drivers. But of course, there's one thing that the IU and its members, including ALSA, has fought for many years now. It's to leverage the strength of migration. We have a number of positions to fill in. And when you look at third countries outside of the EU, there is a motivated young group of motivated individuals that could actually as well, come to Europe and contribute to the economy. So we are advancing toward this solution. Let's face it, we know that migration will not solve the entire driver shortage, but it can play an important role in doing so. And with the road transport sector, we think it's really relevant to all of you because we can provide a very good case study, because the business case is there, the demand is there from our members, they need from transporters and from road transport service providers, they need this workforce. And they ask us to work with them to find these solutions. So every year we have a General Assembly where all our members met, and they adopted a resolution that gave us the official mandate to deep dive and move forward with the project. So right now we are thinking about moving forward and testing a solution, and we're trying to understand this complex landscape. So what I heard over the past 2 days, it's that it's a very complex landscape when you talk about migration. And we started to work on a project which would like to attract these skilled drivers to Europe. And studying in this project, we realized that actually, yes, it's complex to bring these drivers. You can think it's really easy. We have open position. There are motivated individuals in Tunisia, in Morocco, just to give an example. Let's bring them in Europe. No, it doesn't work like this. It requires, first of all, some capacity building. And this is what we want to do. We have a strong network of members, also not only in Europe, but for instance in Morocco, Tunisia, Egypt, India, and Pakistan. We want to work with our local partners when it comes to training. So the idea will be to, for instance, provide the right training to the local drivers, which will match the EU standards and all the landscape in the countries where we could contribute to the economy. So this is the first thing. And then we would like to facilitate their hiring in Europe. So this, we have the chance to know that companies are interested in doing so. But it's not that easy in the sense that there's a lot of harmonization work to do, because the driving licenses outside of the EU were not always recognized, systematically recognized. And I think Ignacio will tell you a bit more about the CPC regulations, but there as well, there's a lot of work to do in that direction. And speaking on more a corporate standpoint, there's also some work to do with how we could identify the right drivers. We know that some companies already started to hire third country nationals, and they sometimes meet challenges that the people coming to Europe, they're not specifically skilled, or it's an investment to make, and they're not always up to the investment. We can facilitate that because, for instance, with the EU, we have a number of standards that are top-level standards, matching the EU standards, but we would like to make them available to these countries and to these companies to make sure that they hire the right folks. And I guess it's the key message that I want to convey, a lot of work on harmonization, and as well just a thing that, because it's quite relevant for us, but there's all the questions revolving around the visa requirements and the working permits regulations. The needs of the industries are immediate. We need to, and we are ready actually to move forward and to provide this solution, but sometimes the delays are complex, the procedures are not uniform among the 26 member states. So, and there's also a lot of effort to make, but I would like to emphasize that we could provide, as I mentioned, a good case studies, and that it's not good vibe. As I mentioned, the business case is there, and I really like the words of the OECD representative just before. Perhaps it's also time, and we are doing this in the road transport industry. It's time to switch our mindset towards, not seeing migration just, as we did in the past. It's actually an opportunity, and the strategy in the long term, if we want to boost the economic sector across the EU, we need to consider migration and mobility as solutions that bring, that are impactful, that bring value to the community. And the last thing, and I think I want to close on this, is that road transport, we see this as a big community. When the drivers come, they have a stable job. This will facilitate their integration. So in the long term, we are also seeking to have individuals contributing to the economy, but also contribute to the social life where they work. So they bring value, and they're humans, they are drivers, we are there to support them. We want to move forward with this solution, and I guess now it's the right time to hand over to Victor and to Ignacio.
Thank you. So I hear migration is an opportunity. Migration can be used as leverage and brings benefits, and we hear a very good employer's perspective, which was asked for in the last panel. Then we have the biggest employer of Spain, ALSA. When we prepared, he sent me some graphs to explain the situation of the workforce, which was very impressive. I have to say there were a lot of curves, and it was, yeah. Can you explain how the workforce will evolve over the next few years? And maybe complementary to what Florian said, what are the main barriers that you see when you try to bring foreign workers to Spain? Also, maybe Ignacio is going to speak in Spanish, so for people.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Christophe. Thank you very much to everybody. I'm going to speak in Spanish because I think it's going to be much more clear for the message that I want to provide. Bueno, muchísimas gracias.
I'd first of all like to thank the Directorate General of Migrations for all the work that we've been doing together. I'd like to explain a little bit, in fact, what's our perspective of the current situation of Spain in terms of passenger transport and the barriers that we found. I'd like to give you some specific figures, first of all, very official figures as well that come from the traffic agency, the official traffic agency in Spain, about how things are changing and the future perspectives for the situation of drivers in Spain. In 2008, yearly, there were some 26,000 new driver's licenses given for buses. In 2022, it's not even 7,000, so that's a 72% drop. And this is even worse if we look at the fact that over the last five years, some 8,000 drivers on the average are getting a new driver's license per year. So that's the average of the last 5 years. If we take a look at official figures, that come again from the official Spanish traffic agency. If we try to look at how many drivers will be retiring because they're getting close to 65 years of age, then the conclusion we reach is that in the next 10 years, if we think of those who are between 55 and 65 years of age right now, that's 160,000 people that are going to be retiring. An average of 16,000 per year retiring over the next 10 years. This is more than twice the rate of those who are getting new driver's license. If we look at the age pyramid as well, then the story is a bit more complex even, because the average of those drivers who will be retiring in the next 5 years, and I'm looking at, right now I'm giving figures from 2022. So 5 years from 2022, there's an average of 6,000 retirements per year, which is very close to what the figures we see right now. So the dearth is significant, because there's an increase in activity, and yet that's not seeing its reflection in the sector. But of those first 5 years, of those 10, then that's 20,000 drivers per year who are going to be getting their retirement. That is to say that we're going to be seeing an incredible deficit of at least 13,000 less drivers than we need in the passenger driving sector. So think about the context when we have 96,000 workers in Spain. I'm talking about the sector, not about our company. About 70% of those employees are drivers. 3 million passengers are moved each year. Some 2,800 companies involved in all of this. So we're the ones that moving, all the people that go from city to city, that work for schools, that take the children to school, etc., business trips, etc. There's one very important aspect here to keep in mind if we come down to what our experience in ALSA has been. We've got 16,000 staff members, of which 9,000 are in Spain. In Morocco, there's some 5,000 drivers who work for ALSA, and the rest of the activity is focused in Portugal, France, Switzerland, those 3 countries mainly. This lack of drivers is something we're seeing in every single one of those countries. Well, not in Morocco, but in all of the European countries that is the case. In our particular case, over the next 15 years, some 50% of our population is going to be retiring. So we're talking about a staff of 7,000 drivers in Spain, so 3,000 or 3,500 drivers will be retiring. That's what the situation is. So we have to look for solutions, and we're searching for those solutions, working with the Spanish National Employment Agency, trying to hire more women and trying to be attractive to young people as well. We're also carrying out initiatives together with the Spanish Army, but none of this is enough when there's such a lack that I'm talking about in terms of our drivers.
In terms of barriers, and here I want to tell you a little bit about our experience. Up to about a month ago, we didn't have any Moroccan drivers on our staff, 0. Now we have 7 since the last month. We have a staff of more than 5,000 drivers in Morocco and 25 years of experience in Morocco. And we're talking about very experienced drivers, with the same driving standards for safety and so forth in Morocco, the highest standards. So we initiated a pilot program through the Immigration Office, and we had some conclusive results. They were talking about cross-cutting effects of migration in the previous panel. And transport is a good sector for that. So the demand for our workers is not for unqualified workers. I wouldn't say maybe highly qualified, but it is at least a medium qualified staff, because a driver is a person over and above the language, which affects all immigrant workers. We're talking about passenger service. So the drivers do need to speak a good level of Spanish. In addition to that, the important thing is that we need, first of all, a work permit, and in our case, the Ministry of Transport is involved, and at European level, there's also an organism, and also we have what we call the CPC, the Certificate of Professional Competence that is necessary. This is a certificate or a prior training that all drivers must have in between 140 and 180 hours. Part of this training is practical, but most of it is theoretical. Safety, how to treat customers, all the different technical aspects of driving. And that prior training through the Ministry of Transports and the international body has to be carried out in the European country where the driver will be exercising his or her profession. So if we bring in drivers from outside, but first they have to go through this training in Spain, in our case, that makes no sense. It is complex training, it's long, it requires paying a salary, housing, and room and board. And not everyone passes the training course. And so this training could be perfectly done in the country of origin with all of the guarantees, facial recognition, all of the controls in place in the countries of origin, however. And lastly, there's a third cross-cutting aspect, the validation of driving licenses. Driving license in Morocco is not valid in Europe. And this means that a professional working 20 years in Morocco, for example, is a complete professional in driving, has to come and take a driving test, not in his or her original language, but rather in a theoretical examination in Spanish and a practical examination. The second part would be easy, but the theoretical part, we've all taken that test, and it's more complicated for professionals. Now, having said all of this, what are the real barriers? They're very specific. In the pilot that I talked about, it took us 11 months to manage the authorization for the work permit for 7 drivers from Morocco. That authorization required first to offer the job post publicly through the authorities in Spain. Secondly, recognize that Spanish staff or community staff could not cover those positions. Third was all the processing of the forms, immigration forms. And then we get the work authorization, and then the consulates, the Foreign Affairs Ministry, then has to issue the visa, and then once they come here, they have to take this training course. So that training course, we're doing that for those 7 drivers that are here. Of course, all their needs, economic and housing needs are covered, and they will start to drive probably this month, hopefully. But something that is very important here is that you need to know that the transport sector is not a precarious sector. 89% of our contracts are permanent contracts. We provide training. Our salaries, at least in Spain, in the passenger transport sector are regulated by collective bargaining agreements. So any worker coming from any third country has exactly the same salary as any national driver. It's not a salary problem, at least in passenger transport. These drivers sleep at home every night, and the average salary in Spain, regulated by these collective bargaining agreements, around 25,000 euros. It's not a low salary, and the maximum salaries are much higher. And what we need is that training is a stumbling block. So I would really like to see a new directive to make this more flexible so that all of these things can be done in a more flexible manner.
In the transport sector, it's a long and winding road. You have three real barriers. You have the work permit, the driver's license, and then the CPC. Thank you. Okay, that was it for the transport sector for now. Let's move to the construction sector. Massimiliano Musmeci. So also the construction sector will be needing new workforce in the upcoming years, given its importance in the EU economy. And your association recently has invested in both facilitation of like labor market access for applicants or beneficiaries of international protection, and also has facilitated the training of third country nationals in third countries to work in the Italian construction sector. Can you maybe elaborate a bit on that? Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. First of all, I would like to spend a few words about other projects we are managing in Italy. 3 projects. We are working hardly about orientation activities in schools to introduce young people on the opportunities related to our sector. The second one is we are managing with some organizations that are specialized on this field about needs, people that is not in education, employment, or training. In Italy, we have the higher percentage in Europe of need. We are around 18% between 15 and 34 years, if I remember correctly. In Europe is not so high, but is around 10–11%. So we think that is a question we have to pay attention. Obviously, it's not a question of today's discussions. The third one is with prison authorities, because we are promoting the training and the reintegration of prisoners or people in semi-freedom situations, and we organize activities, training activities for those people. We owned in Italy around 100 schools together with trade unions. So we have the capacity to give those training. The fourth one, as you said, Chris, is a project with refugees and asylum seekers in Italy. In 2022, we signed by our initiative a protocol with the Ministries of Labor and Interior, together with trade unions. And thanks to this agreement, we give refugees the opportunity to attend Italian vocational training courses in our schools. 600 people that have completed the training courses, and around 260 are already working in our companies. And in next months, the project will become a national project, so we will have 100 initiatives together. I'm proud to say that because of this project, in last June, this project was awarded a special mention by, the special mention is made by UNHCR, Welcome Working for Refugees Integration Program. So this is we are proud for this. The main action abroad, the last one and the main, involves a beneficiary pre-selection phase followed by provision of linguistic and technical professional training directly in the migrant's country of origin. And this is a project we are managing right now. And this project are now possible in Italy because we have a new law that allows employers association to carry out professional and civic linguistic training programs in the countries of origin of people in collaboration with obviously specialized third sector bodies like trainers, ONG and so on. Our project, this project is the first to have been approved in Italy, and we signed the agreement in Tunis on 31st of October now. And we are cooperating with the Italian and Tunisian ministries of labor, and we have been assisted by the Italian embassy in Tunis. The name of the project is Académie Internationale de la Construction, and I will explain you how it works. The Agence nationale pour l'emploi et le travail indépendant de Tunis, ANETI, is right now recruiting 80 young people with a diploma in vocational training in construction and at least 1 year's work experience. The selection is right now, and they have around 2,000 candidates. We will select from those 80, 40 best qualified. They will follow a 250-hour course of Italian language and culture. Also, we say situational Italian, situational language, obviously. And 24 hours about safety on construction site. That is compulsory in Italy. This course will be hosted by the Agence Tunisienne pour la Formation Professionnelle, ATFP. During the training period in Tunisia, young people will receive from us financial support. We say pocket money. We will put in contact immediately with the Italian companies, so the companies will have the opportunity to follow the progress of these people. So after successfully completing the training, they will be able to enter in Italy with a simplified procedure. And obviously we will pay the traveling cost, and the company will take care about the first accommodation in Italy. But in our sector is easier than in the others, because we have, for big infrastructure project, as far as you know, there are typical situation. We say site construction barracks, maybe is better to say villages, but the Italian word we use is barracks. So this project is fully funded by us, by the association, and the companies that are involved. So this is the pilot project. It means that we intend to set up a school in Tunisia, a permanent school, or 3 years project at least, together with the Italian ministries and obviously the Tunisian ministries' support. And we are discussing about it with the DG NEAR. and the International Organization for Migration, IOM, that are working with us. And we hope that this project will be finalized soon, and they will use in NDCI, INDICI, I don't remember exactly, instrument that they talk about in the last session. This project will involve 2,000 people in 3 years. I hope to have been clear in my explanation.
No, very clear. Thank you very much. I think it's a very good example of how employers are actually taking action to fill the shortages that they are facing.
We passed from asking to someone to do something to do something with someone else.
That's a hands-on mindset. But it's indeed, you have the match, in the last project that you talked about, you really have the matching embedded in the project that you are going to recruit, and immediately you connect with the employers. At the same time, I also hear some words that Ignacio was advocating for, so facilitation of the work permit maybe, and the safety training that can be done outside of Europe, which is very different for the CPC.
Yes.
All right, then third sector of the day, the long-term care sector. So first I'm going to ask a question to Aude Boisseuil from EFE. So first, because the long-term care sector is a very big industry, so who does EFE represent within this industry? And then you also have an observatory that calculated that around 50% of the workers in the sector have a migration background, and your organization advocates for more recognition of home care employment. So what role do you think the EU should play, and which already existing tools can be used to improve the recognition of home care workers? Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. So we represent the domestic and home care sector, or as it is called by the European Commission, the term personal and household services. It's a term created in 2012. It basically covers all the activities that are taking place at home. So direct care activities like childcare, elderly care, care for people with disabilities, and indirect care activities like cleaning, ironing, gardening, etc. Our members are national organization representative of domestic and home care. For example, organization Institute in charge of social protection for domestic and home care workers, Institute of Professionalization. We have also national organization that represents households as employers of domestic and workers, signatories of the collective agreement. We also have a child minors organization representative, and in Spain we have a cooperative in charge of home care. But maybe some key figures, because domestic and home care workers, it's around 10 million workers across the European Union. It represents 4% of the total employment workforce, and of course it's an average, because it can vary from 1% to 6% depending on how much the states invest in the sector. On 10 million, we have 2.6 million workers employed directly by families, legally. We have 3.9 million workers that are employed through service providers, public or private, and we have 3.4 million workers that are undeclared. On the declared workers, among the declared workers, we estimate that around 2 million workers do not have the same working conditions as workers from other sectors. 91% of the workers are women, and most of the time a huge share, it's women above 50 years old. So it's the question of retirement, how can we replace them by 2030, for example. It's not an homogeneous group of workers. They have multiple work arrangements. They can be live-in, live-out. They can have a single employer, or multiple employer, and they can have various employment relationships. So, as I said, directly employed by households or families or individuals, or through service providers, but also self-employed. We estimate, but of course it depends from member state to another, but we estimate that around half of the workforce is migrants. So it's mainly migrant women workers, documented or undocumented, but it, of course, gives more precarious working conditions for them. And of course, it's even more strengthened by the fact that there's a huge gap in policies. Working conditions are very much varying from one country to another. Families, household individuals are not recognized as proper employers. So it gives them even more difficulties to the recognition, giving them access, for example, to easy declarative tools to declare workers, social and fiscal incentives, etc. There's also there's three challenges in the sector. First is the social tolerance, acceptance that it's okay not to declare this kind of workers. For some governments, this type of work is unclear, it's not recognized, it's happening behind closed doors, so we don't really see what's happening. And most of the time, these kind of workers are excluded from general labor regulation. And it's one of the major causes of informality. And this results in a lack of institutional support and mechanism in favor of declared work. Of course, the situation is very fragmented, but I'll come back to that later, from one member state to another. And so, as I say, working conditions can vary a lot, and yeah, the situation is even more fragile for migrant workers. Also, there's a cultural assumption that because women did this kind of job for free for centuries, they are not professional jobs. So the skills recognition is even harder, and at EFE, that's what we are trying to do, to foster the recognition that we are talking about true professional pathways that need to be recognized and acknowledged, because at the end, it's jobs that will contribute to women access to the labor market, that will contribute to regularize and create decent jobs. The second question is the question of affordability funding. How can we make sure that families, households, have access to affordable solutions and legal solutions to declare domestic and care workers? Because undeclared work is not all the time primarily wanted, but it's very often used nowadays. As I said, 1/3 of the workforce is undeclared. But most of the time, people cannot pay for more expensive services, and higher price is directly impacted the most precarious families in Europe. And here we have two options, whether they go undeclared or whether they do not have recourses to these services. So then again, impact on women access to the labor market and on working conditions for workers. I'll maybe come back later, but some member states managed to set up some useful tools to facilitate declaration, but there's still a lot to be done. And the third question, I think, is the question of social dialogue. Social dialogue is a real way to strengthen attractiveness, to strengthen working conditions in the sector. But nowadays, in a lot of EU countries, there's a lack of collective bargaining structures in the sector. And when employers as families, it's particularly the case, but also for domestic and care workers, it's even more difficult to organize themselves. And there's a gap in coverage and it leads to a lack of recognition. So at FA, we are very much engaged in this kind of recognition. We are part of an EU project called PHS Dialogue, trying to foster the creation of national representative organization, representative of household as employers. But if we do not foster the creation of household organization representative, then there will be still undeclared work in the sector. And also a way to make sure that employers, so families are aware of their rights, but also their duties as employers. And yeah, I think when we are talking about the lack of attractiveness in the sector, well, we need to attract more workers in the sector, that's a fact. But we also must find a way to regularize those who are already in Europe and that are allowing women, mostly women in Europe, to reach their care or work-life balance needs. So how can we make sure that they are declared, they have access to decent working conditions, and they can be properly regularized? And regarding to this, yeah, you were mentioning, so I think the question of data was mentioned in a previous panel. 3.5 undeclared workers, then it's coming from the European Eurobarometer. Basically, it's survey towards families. It's a number, but it might be even bigger, of course, because we assume that people don't say all the time they hire undeclared workers. So at FA, we try to launch a new observatory, trying to gather more comprehensible data on the sector, trying to raise awareness about what it really represents. And you are mentioning the already existing tools. The European Commission launched last year the European Care Strategy. It was the first time that our sector was really mentioned, but and now member states are implementing the care strategy. I think we need to make sure that the domestic and home care sector is properly included in the implementation national action plan. Also, the question of social dialogue and social and collective bargaining representative organization must be also included. And also, we must create decent labor migration pathways for this kind of workers. They should be included in the general work permit system, but it will also be possible if there's a whole reform generally. The domestic and home care sector must be better structured, recognized, funded. I was talking about member states. Some member states managed to set up social and fiscal incentive, online declarative platforms. I'm thinking about Italy, France, but also Belgium. Basically, if 1 hour declared is more attractive than 1 hour undeclared, then and give decent working conditions for the workers, and it's a way to tackle undeclared work in the sector. Some of our members managed to set up some good practices. I'm thinking about France, for example. They create an online tool matching employers, families as employers, and workers. Also, a migration lab trying to implement some inclusive integration, for example, from housing to training, learning the language, and also access to citizenship, and also helping them to find an employer, a family where they can work. I think it should be thinking more globally. And also, the single permit directive was mentioned. I think it should be easy, really easy to change employer, particularly in the case where domestic workers are working to family households. It should be free, simple, with swift procedure to avoid absolutely abuses that are very often common in the sector. And of course, we should give the possibility for undocumented workers to regularize their status, because it's a fact in Europe. They are already working in European households most of the time undocumented, and it gives them even more precarious situation. So there shouldn't be second zone workers in the EU that are taking care of our close one. I think it's, it's what I wanted to mention.
Thank you very much. Yeah, very important sector, but that is a bit in the dark within the legal framework, but that wants to step into the light, I guess. I also hear the importance of data, which you are working on, and also skills recognition, which brings me to Marina del Corral Telles. So we have talked a lot about skills recognition, and your organization pleads for more professionalization of elderly care. What does that mean, and how does that relate to skills development? Maybe also, in the same sense, as you represent a heavily regulated sector, do you have any national best practices to share when it comes to the recognition of qualifications? Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Christophe.
Thank you very much, Christophe. I'd like to thank the Director General of Migrations for having included me in this roundtable discussion. I'd like to make a reference to the 6 panelists who spoke before us, because they gave an excellent introduction of this panel. And I'll be making some references to what was said previously. We represent, or I represent, a business organization. That's my role here today. This organization works together with private agencies that offer care services. What kind of care services? Just to make sure that everyone here understands what I'm trying to talk about here. Well, we're talking about taking care of elderly people or persons with disabilities, and this could go from helping someone out online to actually being there in the home, being in residence, in daycare centers. Those are basically that's the catalog of services that are covered by the Spanish legislation covering people who require special care, so the law of dependence, it's called. And so we're offering a prime necessity for people. We're a sector that is very much needed. And this is important to say, because this is going back to what Jean-Christophe said before in the previous panel. The question is, why are we here? Why are these sectors here? We're very different, but we have something in common, which is the fact that we have taken our case to the public administration to address these questions. Well, we've actually knocked on a lot of doors, and this right here is one of the doors we're knocking on, but there's a problem that we've got, which is that we don't have professionals working within the sector. There's not enough people. There is a dearth, a lack of professionals, of people qualified. So we have knocked on a lot of doors, and I said one of them is the Directorate General for Migrations. They have listened to us. Of course, we had to speak time and time again, but they did listen to us, and our position was that we would like to open up legal channels for migration to try to mitigate this problem that we've got of a lack of staff, a lack of workers. So I'm very grateful to the fact that we have been listened to. But this is the reason why we're here today. Everyone has talked about the fact that this is a problem within Spain, and this affects our sector as well. We call ourselves the long-term care or the care sector. But the paradox that we've got in Spain is that we have 2.8 million unemployed people. And the minister actually mentioned this yesterday, kind of tiptoeing around it, but saying that this is a problem because not everyone in Spain thinks that we should be opening up legal paths to migration. There's all the obstacles that have already been mentioned one way or another, but beyond that, there's also that fact that not everyone agrees with doing so, because if we want to hire people from abroad, the first thing we have to do is take a look at what is the employment situation here, at least respecting our legislation. What is the employment situation in Spain? And that means taking a look inside, within the Spanish market. That's what our legislation also requires us to do. So what particular problems does our sector have? We've got an aging population, and it's getting older and older. We actually we don't use the word aging in our sector, we talk about longevity. And I think my colleagues who are here from the sector will know about that. We talk about longevity. The average age in Spain in 2022, 44.4 years of age. All right, that's great. 20% of the population was over 65 years of age. And you, Christophe, said it quite well in your own introduction, that people, as we get older, well, we lose independence to a lesser or a greater extent. Luckily, we have more and more preventative measures at our disposal. However, amongst these preventative measures, well, the role played by professionals is very important. We believe in professionalization. And why? Well, it's quite simple, because I'm talking about people who have already lost a certain amount of personal independence. They have certain options about care. They have a range of options to choose from. Everyone would like to stay at home, if possible. But if you stay at home as long as possible, even if someone comes to your home to help you, well, you might very much need that care at home to help you carry out housework, for example. But what we really need is to make sure that those people who need care, well, that comes along, that the people who carry out those skills, who offer that care, that they have a set of skills that are not natural. You have to learn them. It's not something that's natural. Not like the way a mother takes care of her child, even though, of course, mothers have to learn skills as well. But one basic aspect is ethics. Ethics is basic. Secondly, the knowledge about how to carry out cognitive stimulation. That's another very important aspect of our training, of the training that's required. They also need knowledge about how to engage of the stimulation of the motor apparatus, of motor skills. That's not easy. And today, a lot of people need skills in information technologies. It's like working with a computer, figuring out who's calling you, how to use these advanced technological tools we've all got at our disposal. You have to learn how to use them. There's also telemedicine, online medicine or online doctor care, for example. So knowledge is needed for this. Also about how to help people in helping the clients engage in their social life. And so a lot of this is carried out in residences, for example, and everyone assumes, no one questions the fact that the people who work in residences or other centers are professionals and have some of these qualifications that I've mentioned, or all of them, or even more, because I haven't mentioned all of the skills a person needs to know. So shouldn't we also expect that someone who goes to someone's home have the same qualifications, all the same skills? We believe in continued professionalization, and there's a social aspect to this that's very important as well, which is a person who's at home. If they don't have this professional help, then it's someone in their family who's going to be offering that care. And normally, or maybe, let me say maybe they have no alternative to that. They have to depend on a family member to take care of them. And very probably, in that case, that member of the family is going to be a woman. It's going to be that person's daughter or their niece. It's going to be their wife. Why? Well, anyway, I think we all know why. I don't have to mention them, but that's the way it is. As I mentioned before, 20% of the population in Spain is already over 65 years of age. So above and beyond that, taking into account that these people will need help or will need help from outside to stay independent as long as possible. Well, then there's all the baby boomers as well, which is a huge generation, not just in Spain. The baby boomer generation is huge in many countries. So this is the needs are enormous. The needs for professionalization in this sector are enormous, which leads us to one possibility, which of legal migration, as one way to solve this problem. In the domestic sector, for example, here that my colleague has spoken about, a significant number of people that offer those skills, that work, are foreigners or have come from another country. At least that's the case in Spain, and I'm sure that that's the case everywhere else in Europe as well. Spain is a very diverse country, but more and more people are coming from other nationalities over time. And then there's another factor. We're always looking for more. We're looking for better quality in the services we offer. Both the people who offer the services as well as the public administration are looking for better quality. In recent time, the public administration become more demanding in terms of what they require from the professionals in the service or service providers, requiring at this first step for better quality, which is better professionalization, a greater number of professionals per user. So that requirement also means that we need even more people. Just to give you an idea, just with that criteria of increasing the ratio of caregivers to caretakers, and only in residences, and I'm not talking about the people who are going to be helping people at home, we would need 68,000 people in the next decade. I'm speaking only about nursing homes. If we want to apply this this new legislation from the public administration, which we believe is great because we all want the best quality possible, and we have many other opinions about different ways of offering quality. Those are other things that we're doing that aren't particularly related to what we're talking about here today, so I won't talk about them. But those are basically the reasons why we believe in further professionalization or continued professionalization of our staff, since we really want to make sure that we can continue to defend the professionalization of our sector.
Do you want to comment on that, or do I open the...
Perdón, no he hablado nada.
I'm sorry, I did forget one thing about the recognition of qualifications of diplomas. Should I talk about that right now? No, let's talk about that later, says the host.
For you, audience, to ask questions, I cannot see you very well, but so if somebody has a question after this introduction, raise your hand and then a microphone. I see.
Good morning, and thank you very much for this very interesting session. My name is Raffaella Greco-Tonegutti, and I work for the Belgian Development Agency. Very interested in knowing more whether, from the broadly speaking care sector, you do have concrete projects like the one that the colleague on construction presented. So if you have experiences in building schemes that would allow this professionalization, recognition of titles, and or recognition, more than title, recognition of experience and competencies, or training in third countries before moving to Spain or any other European countries. This would be my first question. And second, as we've heard from the transport section, all the odds and hurdles in working on moving the trainings in countries of origin, I would also like to ask whether still, even understanding the hurdles that you pointed out, there are experiences of trainings or part of trainings that can take place. Thank you very much.
¿Empiezo yo?
Yeah.
De hecho, sí.
In fact, yes. We use all the tools that have been made available to us from the public administration in order to attract people from third countries. There are certain obstacles. As I mentioned, we have, we're talking about professions that are regulated, that require a degree of some kind, a certificate or degree, and they're required at all the different levels. That is to say, we've got those who are highly qualified, we've got people who have got degrees in as doctors or nurses, but we also have people of medium qualification. So this could be, for example, nursing assistants, and many others. And then there's also those who work in low qualification positions. But for all of them, the biggest deficit that we can see, the biggest shortfall that we can say is in doctors and nurses. So people have degrees in healthcare, but also in the other sectors we want to attract people because we're going to need them, as I was mentioning earlier with the statistics I gave. So yes, we're carrying out conversations with NGOs, and with the public administration to try to see, and with embassies as well, to offer training in the countries of origin, but then you have to be able to bring the people from their countries of origin to Spain. I talked about the different ways that can be done in Spain if you want to attract people from a third country, so I won't talk about necessarily any more about that, but we have used, for example, a law, the legal provision that allows us to actually hire people in the country of origin. So the Directorate General for Migration has opened up the range of areas or sectors covered, which originally was for seasonal workers only, people who would come mostly to work in agriculture, but now it's been opened up more to any sector. So we have definitely taken advantage of that possibility, and that's showing its results, quite definitely. One obstacle that we have faced is that even if we carry out all of the procedures to try to hire people in the country of origin, they find themselves with the stumbling block of having to go through the test about the autonomous community, of each autonomous community. We have to go to each autonomous community in Spain to find out whether or not the government of that autonomous community, that region, that autonomous community in Spain already has people with the profile that we're looking for. Once they give us a negative answer saying, no, here we don't have anyone that you need, well, then we can move on from that. And that can be quite painstaking because there's also certain deadlines that have to be respected, and that can mean that it can take a very long time and doesn't respond to our needs. Remember, those of us living in Spain who went through the pandemic here in Spain, there was a particular point in time where, for doctors and nurses, it was allowed that people who were having their degrees recognized in Spain, that they were in the process of doing that, but it was just done automatically for them because there just wasn't enough people to carry out that job. So they just found a way to carry out an expedited, quick procedure, which was very necessary. It was impossible to do it any other way. Well, so we can see that this requirement, we have to go and look at what's going on in each autonomous community first and see whether or not the candidates are there before we hire from a third country makes things very difficult for us. And it takes a very long time. And we just sometimes don't have the time. Some other things, we're carrying out a pilot program. I'm not really sure if I should be talking about it, but okay, I'll do so. A pilot program with the Director General of Migrations and with the High Commissioner of the United Nations in order to be able to, firstly, try to offer work opportunities to people who have international protection in Spain and already have a work permit. Since we're part of the COE Foundation, the COE set up a platform in which the Ministry of Inclusion is also participating, for example. And this is a platform to carry out a match between supply and demand. So we're working on that right now, and we think that it's going to work out well. We've also we're carrying out a program to try to regularize the situation. Excuse me, that is not the right word. To try to offer job opportunities to people who are in an irregular administrative or legal situation in Spain. There's a way to do that because, as my colleagues have said from other sectors, the employers themselves are willing to offer training, be it both in the country of origin or in Spain, so that people can actually join the Spanish labor force. So they've asked us to, first of all, take a look at our domestic market here in Spain. So we're doing that. No, we didn't do it beforehand. We're doing it right now at the very same time, but we want to be able to, or if I think about what Ainara said, we need the more collaboration of other stakeholders, so not only the Ministry of Inclusion and the understanding of the Director General for Migrations, but we also need the cooperation of everyone. We, in the private sector, are very open to any kind of help we can get.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I heard some things also return from what Ignacio said. So the labor market test, which is very much a problem for the speediness of the recruitment. And then what Massimiliano said about, like, if you want to do something, you do it during the pandemic. So yeah, I don't know. Aude, do you have a European perspective or?
On the question of skills recognition, at CFE we worked a lot on EU-funded projects. The Erasmus Plus project is financing a lot of projects on the question of skills, and particularly for vulnerable people, so for migrant people. We just finished a project called the Transval EU project. Basically, the idea was to recognize formal and informal skills, but our main objective is to really give the opportunities to these undeclared workers to be recognized and regularized, because, as I said, without social and societal recognition by member state, by the European Union, then they don't have access to any skills. And the question of declaration, I think, is key to make sure that, as my colleague was saying, we have access to a properly qualified workforce. Mm-hmm. And that because of the price, and we don't have unqualified workforce working for elderly people or disabled people.
Okay, thank you very much. Then maybe the question for transport.
Yes.
Do you think there's training possible, parts of the training?
Yes, no tenemos una.
We don't have any real training experience in terms of this training course or degree, because it's not standardized in the European Union. So therefore, the CPC has to foresee this possible training in the third country. It's feasible, and we've communicated this to the Ministry of Transport in Brazil. In this pilot program that we talked about, we guaranteed being able to do the same training in Spain telematically with control of presence, that the people are actually at the course, control of identity, the same that is used in Spain, and be able to do practical tests and the routes and so forth. But it's a problem that there's not enough to do these kinds of jobs in third countries. And then an examination within the European Union. This could be resolved by doing the exams at the embassies in the countries of origin. That's easy to resolve. So something that seems so simple, but this hasn't been implemented yet. That would, I think, is relatively easy to work out these issues.
No, very good by Ignacio. Just so to say, with the IU, for instance, we have a network of training institutes which are using the standards that the IU has in driving. So I guess in my mind right now, I don't have a clear example of what we have done in the EU, but what I can say is that we already have the structures in place. Now, I truly think it's possible, but as Ignacio said, there's a lot of obstacles that we need to overcome before it can become a mainstream practice. But I'm pretty optimistic that we can actually achieve it.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I was informed that actually I have to wrap up. Maybe I will ask the panelists to, in 30 seconds, give a bit their takeaways or something that you want to give to the audience so they can think about at home. What I learned today, personally, is that employers are very eager to engage, that if you want to do something, you can do something. Et voilà. Florian, please.
Yes, I forgot to thank actually the EU presidency and the EMN for the kind invitation. It's an honor to be here, and to these 2 days of conference have been very fascinating because we can see that there's a lot of things that are happening on migration, and for us it's quite relevant for the transport sector. But perhaps if I could add on one thing is that, and it echoes what Ignacio said, I guess right now it's about connecting the dots, and it's about making this happen. There's a political will, there's a business will. Now we can translate it into a scheme that is working, and it comes with an harmonization on the recognition of skills. We talk a lot about recognitions, but we need to ensure that this recognition is made, and that in terms of training, we harmonize the training. And when we talk about harmonization, we're talking about raising the ambition bar. It's not about harmonizing to get a lower level and just to hire people. No, we want to get the ambition bar higher, and this is possible. We're quite optimistic, we're quite an energetic sector, and we want to make it happen. And I guess that's it. The last thing also I want to say is that the transport sector is reputable to be predominantly male, and we have a sector that is predominantly female, but actually gender is also something that we consider a lot when we're talking about migration, and we want also to convey this image that we're also working on that area. So this is my final word. Thank you, Victor.
From my point of view, the lack of drivers is a reality. There's a need to recognize transport drivers as a difficult profession. There is a need to align all of the administrations to achieve training in the countries of origin, the recognition of driving licenses, and with the training of the companies themselves. And lastly, guarantee that the integration of these third country people be done well. And this is through the companies, basically. I'd like to thank the DG for Migrations for inviting me and for working on this project.
The joke, okay?
Go for it.
So keywords: peace, love, and cooperation. Peace, because without a peaceful international contest, we can do nothing. Love, because we have to help people to love their job, and to find, to understand that to have a job is the real most important thing to start living in another country. Cooperation, because alone anyone can do nothing.
That's a hard one to follow up.
No, precioso. Alineados.
In line with Ignacio and the employers, we are completely willing and engaged to recognize diplomas. That's very important. All the authorities should work in that direction, should listen to us, listen to our needs. That's why we're here today, and continue working on that. In Spain, the time limits for resolving these questions has been shortened, which is good, shortened to 6 months. And now there's a fast track for this as well, depending on the country. So you're looking at the personal situation of the applicant and so forth. But it's taken a year It's been passed for a year, and we don't have any results. As Ainara said, implementation is vital. No one knows this new regulation. That's important. And just lastly, talking about recognition of diplomas. The UNESCO in 2019 passed a global convention on the recognition of qualifications concerning higher education. And only about 20 countries have ratified this. Very few European countries. Finland, but very, very few.
Yes, thank you. Well, first, thank you, because I'm very pleased that at FA we were able to participate to this conference, and that the domestic and home care sector was discussing and mentioning as the key sector in terms of labor shortage and migration. As I said, it's a very invisible sector, mostly because of the huge share of undeclared work. And of course, undeclared work is very often migrant workers, migrant women workers that give more precarious working conditions. So we need more investment. And I think we really much need to understand that undeclared work is a shared responsibility between the EU member states, employers, trade unions. And yeah, investment is a way, and social dialogue is a way to make sure that they are visible. I was mentioning 3 countries that managed to create social dialogue and collective agreement. And yeah, well, undeclared work went from 60% to 16% in 20 years because they managed to really strengthen and organize the sector. So I think we should go for it.
Okay, thank you. And thank you all for your contributions. Thank you, audience, for your participation and your attention. And then I pass the floor to my Spanish colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we are ready to have closing words from the Director General from Humanitarian Assistance and Social Integration of Migrants in Spain, Director General Carlos Mora. And after that, we will have a couple of tips, housekeeping, some indications about the lunch. So please don't run away right after the round of applause for Carlos. Thank you very much.
Buenas tardes. Good afternoon. First of all, I'd like to thank you for the effort of everyone who made these 2 days possible, beginning with the interpreters, the technical personnel, light, sound, organization, and especially the legal sector of the migration ministry for their dedication for months to make these 2 days possible. I'm not saying that they're perfect because that would be very difficult, but almost. These 2 days of conference have been possible thanks to the European Migrations Organization. And obviously, as you can see, this is working within the framework of the Spanish presidency of the European Union Council. As the Secretary General for Migration said, we need to work in taking decisions, establishing a well-designed policy for migrations, looking at the problem of a lack of personnel, which has been a big topic, and the integration of migrants in the host society, paying special attention to interculturality, dialogue, inclusion, and responding, giving a firm response to hate speech that we often see on social networks. And it goes without saying, working with third countries. We talked about maximizing talent, the use of talent, and on the 15th, just the day before yesterday, the Commission presented a series of initiatives within the framework of a talent pool so that the European Union would be more attractive for talent from outside and to facilitate mobility within the EU. This package, it creates this new talent pool to put employers in contact with work seekers and helping to recognize the qualifications and skills and mobility of students, making educational mobility an opportunity for all. So the Commission is proposing new measures on talent and capacity to cover this labor shortage that we have in Europe. The Commissioner talked about this reserve pool is a matter of creating just working conditions for everyone, and the involvement of social agents. And the Commissioner Johansson stressed a strategic approach to this, to labor training in third countries. It was mentioned. We need people with different skills. We saw that just for a few minutes today in this transport sector. What type of people are driving those buses or trucks? Qualified personnel, obviously. That's why they require a diploma, or they require knowing how to drive properly and how to process all of these permits as quickly as possible. So the Commissioner then talked about looking for training schemes abroad and getting the countries of origin involved. The members of the European Parliament stressed legal orderly migration and informing the civil society of the advantages of immigration, which is both positive and necessary, and to reduce red tape. I know that I'm summarizing what has been stated in many hours of discussion, but that's what we're trying to do, is to reach some conclusions here. In the private sector, they talked about greater participation of companies in this process. They should be involved in these migratory processes, and as IKEA said, it's in their DNA. And in this area, and this was mentioned today when we talked about home workers, we have to think about protecting migrants who are workers coming from different countries to fight against abuse. There was also mention of the important relationship with our neighboring countries, establishing partnerships, fostering accreditation centers, and to do that, stressing that we have to look at other countries, and in that sense, looking at towards Asia, Korea, Japan, and the policies that they're using to attract talent. Maybe they're a little bit ahead of us, and maybe we can learn from them. Australia, New Zealand, the United States, and Canada. And he also mentioned the sectors that are most in need of staff. They coincide with the ones that we had today on our last panel. Taking care of the elderly, services, transport, construction. I would also add healthcare, agriculture, tourism. And in this area, the minister talked about looking towards the future and amendments in Spanish legislation to move forward in this area. Qualified personnel, seasonal workers, refugees, yes, refugees, and those with international protection. So we have to move past the established quota. We have to provide these people with a job, and this way of trying to resolve the needs of our labor market. From an economic point of view, work is vital to have a full-fledged life. Listening then to you, I was very excited to hear what the public had to say about their experience. Speaking in Spanish yesterday, working with a company, the person that we had invited yesterday, who was a beneficiary of our programs, and the listening to IKEA yesterday about their program, and we began today stressing regulating regular migration to create wealth in Europe. And to do that, first the Director General and then the Deputy Director talked about what the Minister said about these measures taken in Spain, such as the legislative change in 2021 of the Alien Act. They talked about 20,000 people, and many of these are working now and are enrolled in the Social Security. And then in terms of permits, we're not talking about one-year permits, and now 2- and 3-year permits, giving more security to these people. They talked about circular migration. They come here for a few months, then go back to their countries of origin. We talked about Morocco. Honduras is now, it's being open to other countries. And private companies say that it's not only open to agriculture, but now also open to other sectors. And they also talked about the different systems that are involved in this whole process and the importance after the pandemic, and now also talk of these digital nomads, and so a regulatory solution was given to that as well. And this morning, the Commission said something very important, was being more specific. This talent pool that we talked about, for example, is a tool that the member states can use and make it compatible with the measures that they are applying. They also talked about partnerships that the Vice President of the Commission talked about, and the financial support, better training and recognition. As you can see, we're talking first always about financial support, of course, and training and recognition of qualifications, of diplomas. Also, how to manage these mobility schemes and development in third country, Bangladesh, Pakistan, Morocco, Tunisia, in this, and working with talent. And even further than that, they talked about giving this pass to the talent bank, coinciding with the offer, supply and demand of labor, and providing people to fill these job openings that exist in Europe. And he said even more that there's a labor migration platform launched with the member states, and the employers' unions and are on board with all of this to cover this shortage of workers. I'm finishing up now. And in these changes, the migratory norms in countries are trying now, as has been mentioned in fostering these aspects, to move forward in this search for workers to cover job openings. And we said that we need to cover these political topics. We need to evaluate needs, but look at what qualifications and aptitudes are needed by companies. And when a company wants to hire a third country worker because they can't find that worker in the country, then what they need to do is to look because they need that worker. Companies don't look for workers for just any reason. They need these workers, so we need to facilitate that process for the companies. And many of these, for many of these jobs, don't need a university degree. They need experience, but not necessarily a university degree. So we have to look at aptitudes and the real needs of employers. Migration then is a strategic part of the economic policy. That's another definition that has been made. And here we've returned to this need to attract talent and to know what needs exist in the medium and long term, not just in the short term, medium and long term as well, and see that all the countries, as we mentioned before, that have advanced regulations are amending their regulations. They're changing. We're evolving, and that's what we need to do in Europe. Lastly, I wanted to mention the sectors on this last panel, transport, this difficulty that they're having attracting drivers. It was just qualified staff, qualified workers, and they've talked about degrees and so forth. The deficit, and what we can do is to fight against the barriers. It makes no sense that to take 11 months, for example, for these people to go through the whole process, we need to try to reduce that period of time significantly. And they insisted on training in construction. I liked this because this is something that this has been integrated since the beginning in schools in Italy, and the training with the refugees and asylum seekers is once again in Italian, in stressing training in third countries like Tunisia. And lastly, in care, long-term care, mostly women, they said, and there were a lot of gray market employment. We have to continue to fight against that type of exploitation, and in care for dependent persons, given the longevity of the population, clearly we need to we need to attract more workers to fill these job posts. And I'll finish up by indicating that although the conclusions of this conference you will develop the conclusions, and it's in your hands to move forward towards the objectives that were mentioned. I do want to mention that it's good and useful and positive to open new debates on the labor rights of migrants, on the portability of rights back to their countries of origin. It was also mentioned the imports of these regulatory changes in permanent residency, giving more rights and working against exploitation, and so longer permits. And we also need to supplement the directive on long-term residency, so the legislative changes will help us. Portugal has created this agency, transversal agency, with different ministries to put an accent on the civil society. I think that's an area where we can make progress. So thank you very much. This conference has now officially come to a close. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have now ready the cocktail outside, and for those of you that are signing up for the takeaway, you can also pick up your bags in the same place if you want to take it away. And I think this is all. I'm just going to call for my colleagues of the legal unit to come on the stage to receive an applause for the huge organization that you have invested in this wonderful conference, please.